can be a victim of perpetrators of gender-based violence. Community leaders such as pastors, traditional leaders, traditional healers, teachers, government leadership must regularly convene to discuss local GBV cases and issues. There are many programs provided by government which train local professionals on how to counsel trauma victims and guide them through the service referral process. Some program involves dialogue throughout the province, which allows communities to speak freely about gender-based violence. And therefore, honorable members, human rights awareness of girls, women, and children needs to be promoted beyond 16 days of activism campaign. South Africa NSP, which is National Strategic Plan on HIV, has served as a helpful example and motivation for also developing an NSP to address gender-based violence. The National Strategic Plan on HIV has highlighted the effective role that the plan can play in garnering the political commitment and resources allocation required in tackling large social challenges that require a coordinated response among diverse stakeholders. For an NSP on gender-based violence to be truly effective, it requires mutual collaboration and cooperations between government and the private sector, civil society, organizations, and communities. The importance of teaching children values, gender equality, and respect for one another idinga ukugcizelelwa kakhulu as the which is directly translated by in English of HIP, it's in the bud. There are various ways, approaches, and platforms that may be used as a tactics. Our reflection and objective of the League Gojwali Semanzi uthi, the family embryo of rising boy and girl child matters, instilling humanhood ethics, neutral responses, neutral language, appropriately explain the context thereafter, grooming children to acquire good manners so that when they are old, they would remember the principles and morals of good behavior and change their distorted behaviors. Almost all of us as parents want our children to grow up to the responsible citizen and good people, learn to feel free, to feel, think, and with respect to themselves and for other people. We want them to pursue their own well-being while also being considerate of the needs and feeling of others. We want them to recognize and honor the democratic principles upon which our country was founded. We want them, in short, to develop a strong character. The cornerstone of the No Child Left Behind is academical achievement and professional success built upon foundation of moral strength and civil virtue. Equality educate formally of informal providers, citizens with the tools to participate fully in their society and pay off for encouraging our children character development. And enormous research has shown that children who grow up with strong positive values have happier and do better in school. They are also better able to balance their personal wants and needs against those of others and to make positive contribution to the society. On the other hand, if children do not learn proper values and behavior when they are very young, problem can develop. These problems can mushroom with serious consequences as children grow older, dropping out of school, drug use, teenage pregnancy, violence, crime, the list goes on. The most important thing we can do for our children is to help them acquire values.
Thank you,
I
Honorable
thank you,
Tale.
Speaker. Thank you.
The next speaker will be from the IFP for 10 minutes, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Today we are here again to mark an important period in our South African calendar, the 16 days of activism
Honorable
against...
Mteto,
Yebo,
or must I say Honorable T.P. Mteto?
Chairperson. Hello. Sure. Hello.
Can the official check whether Honorable T.P. Mteto is connected?
I'm connected on my side.
We can hear her talking. Honorable.
Okay, the floor is yours, Honorable T.P. Mteto, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Today we are here again to mark an important period in our South African calendar, the 16 days of activism against violence and abuse of women and children. Children's right, the right on which South African Constitution is based on. The IFP note the report with the Honorable Premier's program launch for 16 days of activism for non-violence against women and children campaign in Mtuba municipality under Umkhanyakude district yesterday, which was the 25th of November. We are, however, baffled by the decision to launch this campaign in Mtuba and overlook GBV hotspot and problematic areas such as Inanda, Umlazi in Durban, and places there in Pietermaritzburg. These are the top 3 townships in KwaZulu-Natal, which are recorded the highest number of rape cases and crime stats in the whole country for the period of 2019-2020. The launch and focus of the campaign should have been in these problematic areas, in our view. We further note this campaign launched with heavy hearts as the violence and brutality against women and children increased during the COVID-19 pandemic, as per the latest statistics by the Police Minister. The Gender-Based Violence Call Center reported that the number of calls from women experiencing GBV doubled during the lockdown period. Just a few days ago, here in Hammersdale Township, a young girl named Snekuku Linda, who was pregnant, was murdered with her heart and intestines ripped out in a savage attack, and her body was found along a pathway in Woody Glen a few days ago. This township and many others like Umzumbe, where women are slaughtered and tortured every month, need your attention, Honorable Premier. Honorable Chairperson, every year the number of women and children being murdered, abused, and brutalized by men are increasing and are at an alarming rate in our province. And all we get to see are messages of condolences and visits to the mourning families. At this rate, we strongly believe that our country should have long declared each day in South African calendar a day of activism against the violence meted to women and children, because it is a national crisis. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has been dubbed the rape and murder capital of country for the second time this year by Police Minister Honorable Bheki Cele during his announcement of the second quarter 2020 and 2021 crime statistics few months ago. The authorities in government should hang their heads in shame. This is a clear indication that women and children in KwaZulu-Natal continue to be at risk of being raped, abused, and killed every day, every minute in this province. It means living on daily basis has become a difficult sport for our women and children, diking and diving from animals who prey on them and giving any given time without fear of facing harsh consequences. People who prey on women must be weeded out of communities because they are animals. We still demand that emphasis on protection of women must be a daily project, not only during the 16 days of activism in this province. We must change the 16 days of activism into 365 days of activism, which becomes a lifestyle until zero tolerance is reached. Because failing to preach this message to the perpetrators on a daily basis give them enough time to plan and prey on women and children, thinking they can get away with such crimes. Also, the issue of abuse among women and children living with disabilities needs urgent attention from this government. Women with disabilities face serious barriers to accessing existing programs to help women remove violence from their lives. It is known that programs to assist abused disabled women are often inaccessible. There are lack of interpreters, services for deaf persons, etc. We urge government to start prioritizing people living with disabilities at all costs. As the IFP, we have the solution as an alternative to deal with GBV against women and children through our activism against GBV programs. We have been able to put pressure on the magistrates and judges around KZN not to grant bail on GBV perpetrators. We have been providing solid support for many families through our constant attendance of court cases and donating to families financial support, food, and other forms of support throughout KwaZulu-Natal, but asambike nemedia ngoba suke sazi ukuthi sisiza abantu. We are inviting other political parties and political leaders to join us in mobilizing and pressurizing for the South African justice system to increase the minimum sentence for gender-based violence cases to be much harsher, and for courts to stop granting bail to all GBV perpetrators, to have specialized courts that will deal with gender-based violence only in order to avoid delays and backlog in the existing court cases, for the government to address the root cause of violence and moral decay, for the government to reform and rehabilitation of inmates under the care of correctional services, as currently most of the programs are not really that much active, to provide better funding for NGOs to provide vital services to women and children on behalf of the state. They have to fund and capacitate shelters for abused women, increase the number of Tutuzela centers throughout the COVID. We say they are Tutuzela centers, but we need to increase them. For community safety MEC to ensure that all police stations and satellite stations have a sufficient supply of rape kits, 24-hour telephone line attending to victims of abuse. Prioritize gender-based violence case by fast-tracking these cases, creating specialized units within department subs that will strictly handle such cases, to take action immediately when women report threats of violence against perpetrators, and to extensively train police officers on how to handle such matters and the general public that is faced with the trauma of gender-based violence, to have zero tolerance toward the police office enabled gender-based violence. And we note that the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children will be recognized under the proposed theme, Economic Justice for a Non-Violent and Non-Sexist South Africa. We find this theme to be an absolute mockery of women's struggle against oppression. The Premier himself made a controversial provincial cabinet reshuffle just a week ago, removing Honorable MEC Nomsa Dube-Ncube from being the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs because she is a woman. This is a clearly clearly an oppression and hate against powerful and smart women who dare to challenge the patriarchal status quo. Women continue to be sidelined, underrepresented, and face hostility from male counterparts. The ongoing system of control in which leaders use abusive and oppressive strategies to override, silence, and destroy their female leaders' sense of self must be dealt with decisively. But we are with you. Ayikho into engavimba umuntu wesifazane. We have the strength. We say to MEC, push it where you are because you are a woman. We have the trust in you. We note that objective of this year's campaign involves strengthening economic support for women through programs on economic empowerment, reducing gender pay gap, and involving public-private partnership. This government perpetuates economic inequality itself by politicizing social assistance and programs that are meant to uplift and economically empower women in this province, from the Department of ATIA's program to the Department of Agriculture and even culture, where programs only implemented and resources channeled to their own comrades and constituencies through their corrupt councillors, leaving millions of hungry citizens in destitute. We saw the ANC-led government looting 500 billion funds donated as economic relief for COVID-19. Even donations that come from our political parties never made it to the people on the grassroots. The perpetrators on this corruption who are in your government administration have been unashamed.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. The time is up. We are now moving to the Speaker from the DA, Honorable E. Rabi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
For 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It was a year ago that I stood here, and sadly, to be honest, I could have copied and pasted last year's speech. My heart is sore, my hope is dimming, and my arms are closing tighter and tighter around my daughters. We are leaders, and we should lead by example. Otherwise, no one will take us seriously. Our own departments are failing us, and KZN remains the rape capital of the country. Last month, I visited 2 families in Pongashi in the Ugu district. They each have a little girl no older than 7 that has allegedly been raped by a fellow scholar in their school. The parents have been struggling to get any assistance from the Department of Social Development, SAPS, as well as the Department of Education. It has been a year, if not longer now, and there has been no movement in either of these cases. Gender-based violence, ladies and gentlemen, is not a faceless crime. I looked into these children's eyes and I could see that even they knew their entire lives had changed forever. Their parents wept in my arms and begged for help. I have never felt so hopeless in my entire life. You will also recall not so long ago that 6 rape and murder cases were highlighted in Umthwalumi in the Ugu district. Even Beki Tele made his appearance. Notwithstanding the seriousness of these cases and the fact that it received national attention, absolutely nothing has happened, no progress whatsoever. When one considers the impact these types of cases have on families, one can only imagine that not getting the closure they deserve will have a devastating effect on them for the rest of their lives. We have got to get this right. Putting policies in place, changing laws, and making promises to these victims and their families is just not enough anymore. To be quite frank, I'm surprised the communities haven't taken the law into their own hands. Government must take the lead in this. Stop talking. We need action now. The National Development Plan clearly states, and I quote, all vulnerable groups, including women, children, and rural communities, should enjoy equal protection, and their fear of crime should be eradicated through effective coordinated responses of the police, business, community, and civil society, close quote. I must tell you that it's a great policy statement, but it couldn't be furthest from implementation. Again, our departments are failing us. I know I'm going to be blamed today for playing party politics or grandstanding, so I might as well make the most of it.
Honorable Rabi, can you just pause there? There is an
Somlomo, I rise on a point of order to Honorable Arometpa. Can we see the face of Honorable Rabe? Thanks.
My humble apologies.
Honorable Rabi, we want your face, to see your face.
I've got a problem here. There we go, Chair. Can you see it? It's fine. Chair, can I continue?
Yes, you can continue.
Thank you very much. Apologies. As I was saying, I know I'm going to be blamed today for playing party politics or grandstanding, so I might as well make the most of it. The reason South Africans can't take the African National Congress seriously when it comes to gender-based violence is because they very recently, openly, welcomed a colleague of theirs who, by the way, was a former MEC, onto their PEC in Mpumalanga. The alleged perpetrator was released on 20,000 rand bail for allegedly raping his 2 daughters with the help of his stepson. In fact, the news article said, and I quote, in October, he received a hero's welcome from members of the community and the ANC when he was released on bail. Now, I don't know about you, but this makes me sick to my stomach. Until our government actually practices what it preaches seriously, every woman and child might as well throw their hands up in utter despair and wait for their turn to become a victim. I thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to receive a speech from the EFF, Honorable A.V. Khoza.
Greetings, Slalo, my communist leader, honorable members, staff, and guests. We stand here today as the economic freedom fighters to add our voice as we debate this topic, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It is our well-considered view, Slalo, that we do not need only 16 days in a year against this scourge, but every single day must be a day of activism against gender-based violence and any form of violence directed at children, the weak, and the vulnerable. We are all aware of the statistics and the information shared on multiple platforms, but the question will always remain, what is to be done about that? By whom and when? In order to ensure 365 days against gender-based violence, the EFF has recently, as 2 months ago, launched a permanent gender-based violence desk at our head office and all provinces, where we encourage women from all walks of life to report all forms of violence, and we will take their battle up. It is as a result of the work of this EFF gender-based violence desk that yesterday we debated in this house the disgusting issue of forced sterilization of women living with HIV. This practice is a worst form of violence against women. It's even worse because it is perpetrated by government and its supposedly health professionals. We live in a country with the highest form of inequality. When a woman is paid less than a man for doing the same job, that is violence. That is why the EFF gender-based violence desk, as recently as yesterday, led a march to SAFA House to demand that SAFA must pay the winners, Banyana, equal salary as the perpetual losers, Bafana. When the South African police are pushed around by armed white terrorist thugs in Senegal and Brackenfell, and not a single rubber bullet is fired, but when unarmed black women protest racism at a school, they are tear gassed, they are shot with rubber bullets and water cannons. That is violence against women and children. And guess what? This government doesn't see anything wrong with that. When amakhosi nezinduna deny women access to land because they are either widowed or unmarried, it's violence against women and children. You can ask us, but you know it's happening. So sit down because you are not prepared to do anything about it. And shut up. When women are taxed during their working time, their spouses also taxed. But once they are widowed, what is due to them is taxed for the third time. It is criminal and a violation of the widow's rights. The tax regime needs to be changed. Noma ngabe ngibhalelwe ukhongolose, you are part of perpetuating gender-based violence about women, and you must shut up and let us educate you. Stealing money meant for the poor at social development. It's gender-based violence. The worst perpetrators of gender-based violence is, of course, this government. Because the government is silent on all these things that I've counted above. Whether it's the unequal pay for our national team players, whether it's when widowed are triple taxed when they're supposed to get their dues, whether women are paid an unequal salary because they are black or because they are women, as it is happening in government departments and even in the private sector. This government does nothing about that. It is the worst form of patriarchy because patriarchy is embedded in the fabric of this government. We want to say that we sometimes watch in disgust when the ruling party harbors the worst perpetrators of gender-based violence. When a man who must appear in court for raping 2 of his children is celebrated as a hero, supported, given bail, and is jubilation. Certain leaders must hang their head in shame and distance themselves from this practice. The government should be, beside men from all walks of life should be the first people to stand up against gender-based violence, because in most of the cases it's men that perpetrates gender-based violence against women and children. We are therefore going to call upon men to find it in their heart to make sure that not only the 16 days, but the 365 days of the year, they are champions, activists, and leaders against gender-based violence. We call upon government, particularly the justice system. Firstly, our police must be educated that when a woman walks into that police station, they can't say, "You are here." Then tell us what happened in public. Every day must be a day of activism. Thank you, Slalo. We are
now going to receive the speaker from NFP, Honorable Viarum Locho, for 2 minutes.
Sekela somlomo nendli yakho sekuyinsakavukela umchili wesidwaba lendluzula nodlame olubhekiswe kwizingane zethu namakhosikazi ethu kumele kuqalekiswe futhi ichithwe wonke umuntu ophila eningizimu neAfrika, ikakhulukazi amadoda okuyiwo abhekene nalesi simo asenzayo. Somlomo kuyiqiniso elingephikwe ukuthi ukuziphatha budlapha kwamadoda ajola nengane encane lokho nje ukudlwengula kukodwa bese bezibulala bevala ubufakazi, bafike emakhaya sebenodlame belwa namakhosikazi abo bawathuke ngamagama ahlazelayo.
afana nje nokuthi nondindwa babashaye phambi kwezingane zabafana. Lokho kwenza uma bekhula bazi ukuthi umuntu wesifazane into yokushaywa nokuhlukunyezwa. Madoda asemzansi, fundisani abantwana benu ngendlela eqondileyo. Yekani ukuthatha ngesankahla ukungavunyelwene, futhi musani ukuhamba nibhabhalala nje. Musani ukulala nezingane zenu. Sengiphetha somlomo ke kube nenhlolovo yoqeda lolu bhubhane. Ngula somlomo akashumpulwe itotolosi. Obulalayo ashumpulwe izandla zombili ngoba phinde zenze lokho. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the ANC. TV Kulu for 9 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, Sanbonan. Ngimla ngizokhuluma ngokuhlukunyezwa komama nezingane ngamadoda angamavaka asaba amanye amadoda. Awu nisehlisile isithunzi sethu mavakandeni. I'm embarrassed ukubizwa ngegama lendoda ngenxa yalezahluleki. I want to say to them today, abantu besifazane badinga ukuthandwa, sibanakekele, bazimbali zezwe. Kubalulekile ukuthi sinikhumbuze ukuthi kunobumnandi bokuthanda umuntu wesifazane ningabazi emagwalandeni. The most common form of violence experienced by women is physical violence inflicted by an intimate partner. And it can also occur in heterosexual or same-sex couples. Violence against women not only constitutes a gross violation of human rights, but also has enormous social and economic cost. The fact is that perpetrators of GBV against women are men, who most belong to the inner cycle of their victims. Intimate partners violence, which is IPV, generally involves a husband, a boyfriend, uncle, teachers, or a colleague. People who, along with females, are part of the group who most of the time are familiar to one another and share the same space. IPV, often termed domestic violence, can take various forms, including physical violence, ranging from slaps, punches, and kicks to assaults with a weapon and homicide. It also takes form of sexual violence, such as forced sex or forced participation in degrading sexual acts. These are frequently accompanied by emotional, abusive behaviors, such as prohibiting a woman from seeing her family and friends, ongoing belittlement or humiliation or intimidation, economic restrictions, such as preventing a woman from working or confiscating her earnings, and other controlling behaviors. Honorable Speaker, allow me to quote our Honorable President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa on the 26th of June 2020 when he spoke on GBV. He says, laws are in place to ensure that offenders are being dealt with, but he called on society to root out patriarchal behavior, which deemed women as inferior. South Africa, it is up to all of us to root out the scourge. Some LGBT people have internalized this societal violence, which include queerphobia, the appropriation of gender roles within the relationship, infidelity, and cyclical abuse, often in forms of domestic violence. And as a result, you find it reflected in LGBT spaces. Patriarchy is a social and political system that treats men as superior to women, where women cannot protect their bodies, meet their basic needs, participate fully in society, and men perpetrate violence against women with impunity. Intimate partner violence, which is IPV, is a serious problem that has lasting and harmful effects on individual families and communities. The goal for IPV prevention is to stop it from happening in the first place. Prevention efforts should ultimately reduce the occurrence of IPV by promoting healthy and respectful non-violence relationships. Healthy relationships can be promoted by addressing change at all levels of the society ecology that influence IPV individual relationship, community, and society. To all men, amadoda of integrity out there, please, let's all stand and say, sekwanele, masulisane nokuhlukunyezwa kwezingane nabantu besifazane. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, ukhuzeni uyathi kuyomele le yokuvikelwa kwabantu besifazane nezingane masiyenze u365 days, and I agree with him. Masibe nosuku la wonke amadoda angahlukumezi abafazi ala esishaya mthetho saKwaZulu-Natal, simashe sonke against women abuse in our country. To all our women out there, remember, nizimbali zomhlaba, niyinzalo yabantu, singebe lutho ngaphandle kwenu. Growing up kulo mbutho wesizwe ukhongolose, ngishawa ngamahloni ukuthi konje omama Helen Joseph, umama uRaim Musa, uSophie Williams de Brain, umama Lillian Ngoyi, abomama Victoria Mxenge, abomama uJabu Ndlovu, abomama uDorothy Nyembe, cishe bengalila uma bengasibona kunje. We must institutionalize the coordination of GBV prevention and response efforts among government departments, agencies, and other stakeholders. It's all important to realize that once there is synergy between the above-mentioned agents, everything will be institutionalized. Therefore, this will be the end goal for our government. Currently, one may state that connection between these agents is disjointed. We must address patriarchy structures, for example, male dominance, identification, and centeredness. This will empower women to take control over their sexuality in order to change the unrelenting poverty cycle among women and children, and their inferior social positions and culture practices remain the root cause of GBV. We must collect and analyze the use data and research to enhance government's GBV prevention and response efforts. We must provide LGBTI community, women and children with an opportunity to learn about advocacy, planning, and lobbying for institutional and legal changes. It is necessary for them to engage in discussions on how to access services that include quality protection, healthcare services, and the promotion of human rights for the LGBTI community. We must also invest in women organizations, as this will empower women in reducing poverty. As we all know, abantu besifazane babanjwe kakhulu ngokuthi bahlale befuna ukuthi basizwe abantu besilisa. Yiko lokho kubenza abantu besilisa bacane bangaphezulu kwabesifazane. We must expand government programs that addresses GBV and implement and frequently evaluate laws and policies that promote gender equality accordingly. Some initiatives have adequately structured participatory exercises that guide the examination of gender norms and their relationship to guide disparities, violence, and other harmful behavior. However, it is important to realize that government works from restricted and small scale to large scale programs. wathinta abafazi. Honorable Speaker, ngiyabonga.
Thank you, thank you. Speaker from the ANC. Now we move to the Speaker from the Minority Front, Honorable Esther Karachbansi, for 2 minutes. Is she connected? Okay, I'm advised that she apologized that she's sick, not well. We therefore is going to move straight to the Speaker from ATM, who will be represented by Mlochwa.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, every year we stand on this podium and express our anger on the continuous spread of this scourge by clearly we are losing the battle. We have recently noted with shock the terrible, brutal incident at Umthwalume in Potchefstroom. The war against women and children seem to be spreading like fires, and this gives a clear indication that even our law enforcement agencies cannot do much in fighting this, since it has just become a societal problem. It is our call as ATM that even our religious communities and all faith-based organizations must stand up and play their part in this demonic battle facing our society. The rise on to fight against this demon and overcome it. Our children deserve to grow up in a conducive environment for them to achieve their dreams. Rape perpetrators deserve a death penalty. No one must rape and kill, but then have his own life protected. It's unjust. We are calling for a justice-based capital punishment for all rape and murder cases. Children are the future of every nation. Let's take care of them while protecting and defending their mothers as well. I thank you.
Thank you, ATM. We're now going to have ACDP, Honorable S. Mangale.
Nabo bonke abahlonishwa egameni lenkosi uJesu Kristu. Njenge ACDP nami ngiyavumelana nomhlonishwa, iBhayibheli lithi obulala ngenkemba naye uyobulawa ngenkemba. Manje ke uma umuntu ehlupha ngetotolozi yakhe netotolozi yakhe kayibulawe. Okwesibili siyakhulekela njenge ACDP ukuthi lento esiyenzayo kungabi ukukhuluma nje, kodwa futhi uNkulunkulu esisize ukuthi kuzwakale kubantu. Siyakhulekela njenge ACDP ukuthi lesi simo sithathwe serious kakhulu njengayo HIV, sithathwe serious njenge COVID-19 le esibhekene nayo. Ukube kuya ngathi njenge ACDP ngabe kasigcini kuphela komabona kude noma emaphepheni, ngabe khona ama structures akhona angenayo mhlambe imizi nemizi kuboniswane nabantu ukuthi lolu bhubhane ngaluwa kanjani nalo, njengoba sisenza kuma community health workers nakwamanye ama-programs esuke siba nawo. Siyakhuleka njenge-ACDP ukuthi sengathi masihlangene ingaba khona indlela ukuthi kuthutheke abantu aba-right, kube nabantu aba-right phambi kwethu ukuthi uma kukhulunywa lento iwele endlebeni nasemhlabathini ovundileyo. I-audience yethu siyayikhulekela kakhulu ukuthi la esuke sikhona njengama-leaders kube abantu abayimisele ukulalela. Angiyazi le ndaba yokuthi kuthiwe eSouth Africa kunosathane, kunebandla likaSathane, ngoba uma ube kusathane phambi kwakho ayikho into eyolunga. God bless you.
Siyabonga. Let's move now to the Speaker of the DA, Honorable S. Hussain, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today this House debates the 16 days of activism. And like every year since, government and this House has made promises to make it better for women and children, to make it safer, to bring the perpetrators of crime against women to book, to provide decent services at SAP stations, to ensure that SAP's officers who show disrespect to women are disciplined, and to ensure affected stations are well resourced. But Speaker, are these mere words, or is this province serious enough to actually act in a positive way to make the safety of women a priority in this province? Last night, the Premier was interviewed by ENCA on the issues regarding KZN's highest rape figures at Inanda and Umlazi. As you know, KZN has reflected poorly on the annual crime stats, making our province the rape capital of SA for the last 10 years. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance has consistently raised this issue of crime stats and encouraged this province to do the right thing and fix SAPs. So when the Premier was questioned on what this government was doing about the high rape figures in Inanda and Umlazi stations, the Premier had no clue. Instead, the Premier redirected his response to the program for 16 days of non-violence against women and children. This reaffirms what I have raised in this House year after year. This province is failing our women and children. The protection of women in our province should have been a priority for our Premier, but he doesn't even know what's being done. Soon the women will turn on this government, then you will not be saved. Speaker, one would expect that since the issues of crimes against women and children are listed as priority crime, that substations would have been well resourced and adequate training would have been provided to our police officers. But the release of the quarterly stats for KZN shows that women, once again, are not made a priority. How can they be made a priority when stats reveal that in the last 3 months, more than 250 women were raped in open public spaces, in restaurants, bus and taxi rides, and at educational institutions? Another 700 plus women were raped by people they trusted the most. So what has KZN done to strengthen the 184 SAP stations to provide women with safe, decent services when they approach SAPs for assistance? As I mentioned earlier, reflecting on the Premier's response to ENCA last night, the answer is nothing. Well, in the last 10 years, an average of 63 officers per year were trained on a 5-day course on domestic violence, which simply means that you cannot guarantee women a professional, well-trained officer who will be available to provide a decent service to an emotional woman who has plucked up the courage to report the perpetrator. Is this the type of service for priority crime that the MEC for Community Safety, the Minister of Police, and the Premier of KZN referred to? SAP stations are still struggling to keep up the standard with decent and private victim-friendly rooms for domestic violence compliance. 0 officers have been disciplined for disrespecting women and children of abuse. Domestic violence training is not compulsory on SAPS members because if it was, you would not have had 63 members per year attending a 5-day course. Again, women bear the brunt of poor performing SAPS officers. Women die because of poor performing SAPS officers. So, if you are serious about femicide and protecting women and children of abuse, stop the talk shops and act now and fix SAPS. Thank you.
Wolfson. Now we are going to have the speaker from the ANC for 10 minutes, Honorable NM Khoza.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the colleagues. As we continue to heighten our focus in the fight against gender-based violence, which is an annual global campaign of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and child abuse, we decided to dedicate the speech of our former Deputy Speaker, to our former Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mluleki Ndobe, who passed away a few weeks ago. Honorable Ndobe devoted himself to championing women's agenda. Without fear of contradiction, this man fought for women emancipation as he stood that a culture of domestic violence was deeply rooted in South Africa as apartheid era, where women and children faced high levels of violence and oppression. Ndobe would not grandstand here, but would act. There's a number of girl children abasezkoleni aba-educated by Ndobe, paying out of his own pocket. Ndobe would always be the first one to sponsor ideas aimed at liberating women from the clutches of poverty. As the chairperson of the ANC in Herigwala region, Siwa took it upon himself to ensure that women get equal representation in the council. That would need no intervention. Ndobe understood that solidarity was not enough to achieve gender equality, hence his commitment to advocacy for women emancipation and affirmation of women's rights to acquire betterment of their lives and inclusion in sectors of the economy. As women, we will always be indebted to him for ensuring that our issues were prioritized. Let us remember and acknowledge this intellectual who questioned all old ways of thinking that prevent women sexual assault, abuse, violence, and directed at women and children. This year's campaign is intertwined with the 5 days of mourning for all victims of gender-based violence and femicide and COVID-19. We join hands to say enough is enough with violence perpetrated against women and children. Acts of violence against women and children vary in nature and degree, include sexual assault, femicide, and physical abuse, and many other forms of violence. This year, we observed this year's 16 days of activism under the theme Women's Economic Justice for Non-Violent Sexist South Africa. The horrendous crimes directed to women and children need us all to put aside our petty politics. Honorable Hussein and others. Yesterday, as we marked the first day of 16 days of activism, we visited Linda family in Hammersdale, in Mpumalanga. We did visit Asizwa Betty, Honorable Mthethwa Madlala. The family lost their 19-year-old daughter who was viciously murdered. Usne Kukulinda became the first victim of gender-based violence in this province. Her body was found became the latest victim. Her body was found with her heart and intestines ripped out in a savage attack last week. This body was dumped in a pathway with her various organs strewn all over. She suffered multiple stab wounds, including inhliziyo ebihlezi ngaphandle namathumbu ngokunjalo. And the family is very much broken. That's why we deployed our social workers and to give that psychosocial support. We are also in touch with SAPS to monitor progress in the investigation, and long sentences should be given to perpetrators. It It was disheartening to hear Police Minister Honorable Peggy Cele detailing that in just 3 months of the second quarter of the year, more than 8,000 rape cases were reported at police stations across the country. There could be more of these rapes, as many of these crimes are never reported. It is disturbing as well that our province has become a big contributor to the unacceptably high incidence of rape and murder. As part of the interventions to cap this scourge, the ANC government has set aside 1.1 billion. Equally, a five-point plan that includes implementation strong preventative measures, reviewing with legal framework for prosecuting GBV cases, strengthening the criminal justice, and ensuring that every police station in the country treats victims of rape and domestic violence with sympathy and respect has been introduced. It is concerning that some victims of gender-based violence withdraw cases of rape, domestic violence and abuse. That is reversing the work done by SAPS. While dealing with this scourge of gender-based violence, we also need to encourage victims not to withdraw the cases. Our constitution set the framework for an effective legislation responsive to gender-based violence. Chapter 1 or Chapter 2 highlight human dignity, the achievement of equality and advancement of human rights and freedom, as well as non-racialism and non-sexism as founding principles. A number of policies and legislations are in place to respond to gender-based violence, which are the National Crime Prevention Strategy, as it's called. The Criminal Law Amendment Act of 105 of 1997 establishes mandatory minimum sentences to certain rapes. The Criminal Procedure Second Amendment Act 85 of 1997 and Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998. The Criminal Law Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 6 of 2012 was passed to provide for effective prosecution and conviction of offenders. Our government support and services, Victim Support Services Bill, which seeks to combat the surge of crime, in particular gender-based violence. The Domestic Act is also under review and is being strengthened to make it easier to obtain protection orders. As a provincial government led by Ukuzeni, for you, Honorable Hussein, we have a clear plan to cap the scourge. We have implemented programs to prevent gender-based violence and eliminate the scourge of gender-based violence in post-school education and training. This is in line with evidence-based behavior change interventions with targeted communities such as the religious sector, traditional leaders and healers such as the Rock Leadership Program. As social development, Honorable Khoza, we have rolled out social behavioral change programs such as Men Championing Change, YOLO, CHOMI, Let's Talk, and Families Matters. We also have community outreach interventions to raise awareness and generate acceptance of different expressions and forms of sexual oriented gender identity. We have a number of interventions as social development, which include women and youth empowerment programs in Herigwala and Amajub. For your information, Honorable Khoza, as social development, we do not tolerate corruption, as we are known of swift response to all the alleged. It is unlike stealing money from VBS by EFF, which was the worst form of depriving African people opportunity to become better. I also want to the Honorable Madlopa Mthethwa, who uttered divisive, can I be protected, Honorable Chair?
the Speaker the respect she deserves. This is another form of gender-based violence.
Thank you. I hope, Chair, I have those minutes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. To Honorable Madlopa Mthethwa, who uttered divisive words about the reconfiguration of the cabinet made by the Premier, we want to congratulate Honorable Dube for being the first Black African woman to hold this position.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza.
Honorable Chair, I had some minutes since I was disturbed.
No, I added.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
As provincial government,
1 minute.
thank you. There are minutes, yes.
It's 1 minute.
The intervention, Chair, by.
No.
I'm just
Can you
drowned,
sit down?
Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, do you have an order? Okay, can you hear your point of order? Can you hear your point of order?
I'm rising on a point of order. On you, Chair, particularly. You must withdraw that thing when we are participating in this debate. And then you are going to cast and utter words that it's a gender-based violence. There's freedom of speech here, which is entailed on these very rules. So you must withdraw that. It's only the chair who's going to tell me to sit down, not you. It's only the chair who's going to tell me to sit down, not you. It's a point of order. I've got the right to raise a point of order in this house. So this chair must withdraw those utterances. Please, who are participating in this debate. So it cannot be correct that you say it's gender-based violence. It's a freedom of speech. So no one is going to tell us when we are participating in this debate that we are infiltrating GBV. You must withdraw, Chair, or else you recuse yourself from that chair. You must recuse yourself from that chair. It's wrong. It's wrong. You must withdraw.
Sit down because I have to respond.
Yes. Otherwise, we are going to remove you there. Withdraw. Unconditionally so.
The problem here, the first thing, we have never said to this house under which rule are you standing up. That's one. Two, if you've got an issue,
48,
if
rule
you've
48.
got an issue, the presiding officer, you need to write your concern and
Right when? Right when? Right when?
Now you can write now.
No. Recuse yourself from that chair.
Can you sit
There's
down?
no time to recuse.
Can you sit down?
Hey, there's no time to write here. Did you write what you said? Did you write what you said?
Down.
Did you write it? No. We're not going to be abused. How?
Can you sit down?
When you are casting aspersions,
I've already
citing
ruled that
obscene language against our member, did you write anything?
Write down. There's a ruling.
No, we're not going to do that. You must recuse yourself from that chair. You're abusing power now. You're abusing power now. We're not going to allow that.
On a point of order, sir.
It's wrong. You must withdraw.
Honorable Khoza, can you sit down as well? And all those who are standing, can all sit down? Can you sit down, Honorable Paipeli? No, I've made a ruling. If there's an issue, then you write down if you've got a concern. Okay. Can you continue?
With all the interventions made by different government departments, ASC's Contractor Development Program, ANC etate amakhosikazi
Just
amaningi.
pause. There's.
he intimidated the staff member. Now, all of us can see that. And I don't think it's acceptable, Chair. We need to be able to make a ruling, because when you have made a ruling, the staff must be given an opportunity. As now, I'm a in the house that are going to be allowed to do that.
Okay, we are going to investigate that. Honorable Caller, can you sit down? Can we respect this session? It's very sensitive. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Honorable Kaluza.
I rise on 52. Chair, yes, it is a point of order on the members of the EFF. It cannot be that the chair is speaking, they are busy howling. It cannot be that the speaker is trying to finish a debate, they are drowning the speaker. May we be protected from the members of the EFF from this house, so that Honorable Khoza can finish her debate. Thanks, Chair. Otherwise,
Honorable members, can I appeal to you that this is a very sensitive subject you are dealing with, and a national question, and it deserves to be given the sensitivity that it deserves. Therefore, can we all respect the current speaker to finish his debate?
Thank you.
There's a point of order there. Yeah, I can take a point of order.
No, ngiyabonga Sekela Somlomo. No, ngixawa ukuthi manje nangu uMEC lapha nomhlonishwa ezongifaka into engayazi. I was not even here inside at the time kade kunomsindo lapha. Athi uthi ngi-intimidator istaff la nge-mic. I never touch a mic. So he must withdraw. She must withdraw. Thank you.
Well, that's not the point of.
Yeah, then withdraw.
Okay. Can you sit down? Okay, continue, Honorable Khoza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The interventions done by our government, including ukushintswa kwamaphoyisa kwi-police station yaseMthwalume, including eyesizwe Contractor Development Program, including u-ETA whilst under Umamdube, 14 million to women-owned cooperatives, including 300 women cooperatives that have been established to provide nutrition to our schools in KwaZulu-Natal. That is empowerment to our schools and to our women. The revival of agriculture, one home, one garden. That is empowerment to women in KwaZulu-Natal. Our women.
Thank you, Honorable Khoza.
Our women in
Perikwa, one edition.
That is
Thank you.
Empowerment, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to move to the to the response by the chairperson of the debate, Honorable Matakele. For 3 minutes.
For 3 minutes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I start by thanking all members who participated in the debate. May I thank all members who participated in the debate. May I start with Honorable Tsele? Thank you very much for raising Pillar 2 of the National Strategic Plan, which talks to prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. Honorable Mthethwa of the IFP, ukuquestiona kwakho uPremier neCabinet ukuthi baye eMkhanyakude district is uncalled for because onke ama-district akhona are affected by gender-based violence. It's even worse eMkhanyakude la kubulawa khona abantu abanebala elimhlophe. Bekubalekile kakhulu ukuthi uPremier neCabinet baye eMkhanyakude. Asikho ke isidingo sokuthi kube khona umuntu oquestionayo ukuthi bebeyelene eMkhanyakude bengayanga kuphi. Ngiyafisa ke futhi ukuresponda Honorable Mthethwa ku interference yakho kwi deployment ka Honorable Dube Ncube kwa finance. Thina as women KwaZulu-Natal we are very happy ukuthi umuntu wesifazane uzophatha izimali. We need
Uphuma pha nimvalele endlini. Nimvalele endlini.
The Speaker, and honestly, Honorable Member Msimang, may we be allowed? Can the Honorable Member finish, please? Somlomo, can you protect the Speaker, Siyacela?
Honorable Msimang, I know you are able to give the respect that this session deserves. So I know you can do that. Thank you. Can you continue?
Deputy Speaker, sijabulele kakhulu ukuthi sibe nomuntu wesifazane ikakhulukazi omnyama ozobe sezimalini. Njengabantu besifazane siyawadinga ama-resources for empowerment. And Honorable Dube Ncube is the one of those women who believe in women empowerment. So sijabulise kakhulu lokho okusho ukuthi njengabantu besifazane kona wonke ama-department will have i-funding uku-empowerisha abantu besifazane. ATM and ACDP siyabonga kakhulu kuyiqiniso ukuthi inhlangano zezenkolo kumele zibambe iqhaza zisiphe imkhuleko. Honorable Rabi, there is nothing abnormal that you have visited families that are affected by gender-based violence because you are a public representative. What is wrong with you is to cry with them instead of giving them a solution. The other thing that I would like you to know is that the government of KwaZulu-Natal is tirelessly crossing length and breadth of the province with programs of fighting against gender-based violence and femicide in the province. Even
okay, can you pause for a while, Honorable Saja?
No, it's Honorable Twala.
Oh, Honorable Twala. And Christian Father, sorry, that is my apology.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, we fully understand that every member in this house must not be disrupted and has a right to speak.
Okay.
But
and on
also,
what rule?
Rule 74. Rule 74.
What Rule 74?
And also will refer you to Rule 64. Time allocation for every speaker. The speaker on the podium has already exceeded her time. I timed it here. She had 2 minutes, 9 seconds left to respond because she took her 3 minutes on her presentation. So here it's showing 2 minutes, 54 seconds. So she must sit down.
So there is still a point addressing that one.
Yes.
So
time allocation.
Okay, no, we are
for every speaker in this
we
house.
We said it is 3 minutes.
No.
We are left with 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Yeah, that is an electoral mistake. This is an electoral mistake. It's a blunder. Electoral mistake. You've just been elected to that chair.
Okay.
But you are proving that you are not going to handle this thing proper. You are a mistake. Okay, that's why we don't participate in this thing of voting each other, because we can foresee.
Can you sit
we have
down?
foresight.
Because it's
We are
a
in
wrong
mistake.
rule. Can you sit down?
30 minutes for what?
Can you sit? 30 seconds.
A mistake.
Can you sit down? 30, I said 30
Electoral
seconds.
mistake in the making. First day. And then this.
Can you please assist her by sitting down? Okay, you can continue.
Honorable Speaker, we have seen the government of KwaZulu-Natal led by Premier going to South Coast where women were raped and killed by their serial killer. EFF, Honorable Khoza, those who were sterilized have a right to open cases against those who forced them to be sterilized without their consent. Ningazosi grandstandela ke lana. Honorable Xulu, siyabonga kakhulu, ngiyafisa ukuthi ngi-encourage ekutheni imash yamadoda engathi ingaphuthuma.
Thank you, Honorable Tsele. Which therefore brings us into.
But angikhona isikhathi sami
Is there
bangiphazamisile.
point of order? Okay.
Hayi bangiphazamisile.
Usuqedile.
Sekuqedile?
Chairperson, I think there's a decorum which will be adhered by all the honorable members. As the presiding officer, you should be protected.
You need to give us what
order on a point of order 52.
Okay.
I think, Chair, there is also, Honorable Speaker, the issue of presidium and the management of our mic. The EFF is currently abusing their privileges of being members. It's not correct. Let us ensure that we maintain the decorum of the House. After giving them the chance, after speaking, just ensure those who are managing the mic that they just alter. Otherwise, the House will deteriorate into something else. Thanks.
Okay, I hope those who are handling the microphone will also help us, and the parties also need to respect the person who are controlling the mic. Is there another order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Point of order as well. There are honorable members, may we be protected? There are honorable members who are literally not wearing their mask. Not at all, and I think we must be protected, some of us.
We are done now with this debate. We therefore going to move to the next item, which is the debate on the 2019-2020 unaudited closeout budget report. We now call upon Honorable Essing Post for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Congratulations for your appointment this morning. I am speaking, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much. No, I was just thanking you, Honorable Speaker, and then also congratulated you and Honorable Mtombeni for being deployed to the positions where you are deployed. We are tabling this report on behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal. The report goes like this. On the 11th of September 2020, the Finance Portfolio Committee received a briefing from the Provincial Treasury on the 2019-2020 unaudited close-out budget performance report for the whole province. The Finance Committee then held hearings based on the report from the 23rd of October and we ended on the 17th of November. The departments and entities that appeared before the Finance Portfolio Committee for the hearings were selected on the basis of the significant underspending or overspending at the end of the financial year. or they had other pertinent issues that were raised in the closeout hearings. Honorable Speaker, the aggregated and audited actual expenditure for the province amounted to 130.155 billion rand when compared to the final appropriation of 131.943 billion rand. The province recorded the underspending of 1.789 billion rand at year end. The province spent 98.6% of the whole of its budget, which is within the 22% deviation of the budget norm, as we all know. And for that has happened for more than 8 years in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We congratulate them as a Finance Portfolio Committee, although we want them to achieve 100%. The province received an additional allocation of 98.5 million rand in respect of the grant that was added to vote number 8, which is human settlements, and also 100 million for the EIG grant to the Education Department, which was tabled by the former MEC on the 6th of March 2020. All departments except health and education underspent against their equitable share budgets, with transport showing the most significant underspending of 1.615 billion rand. It is noted that while both education and health overspent against their votes entirely, these departments reflect underspending against some conditional grants and against the specifically and exclusively appropriated funds. And specifically, this is related to education in the main, suggesting that the underspent conditional grants and specifically exclusively appropriated funds were used for other purposes, which is against the PFMA. Social Development and Public Works also utilized some of their specifically and exclusively appropriated funds for purposes other than what the bill allocated them for. It should be noted that this is unauthorized expenditure, and we hope that the scope of KwaZulu-Natal will rule on this. We are not influencing scope, is an independent standing committee, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee met on the 23rd of November 2020 and adopted the report based on the unaudited closeout report and the accompanying resolutions. On behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal, I would like to thank members of the Executive Council led by the Premier, accounting officers and accounting authorities, and all officials of various government departments and public entities for the cooperation that we are enjoying with them. The committee extends its sincere appreciation to the Provincial Treasury of KwaZulu-Natal for its support during these hearings, and to the Legislature support staff, especially those who are linked to the Finance Portfolio Committee and other departments, other committees, for their assistance and cooperation during the hearings. I would also like to thank the honorable members of the Finance Portfolio Committee and other portfolio committees for their hard work and commitment that they have demonstrated when we're dealing with the oversight to the huge budget of our own government. Honorable Speaker, as the Finance Portfolio Committee, we are tabling 25 resolutions which were taken through those hearings, and we humbly request the Legislature to adopt them. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sinkosi. We are also going to get a report from the Chairperson of Staff COF on the unaudited closeout budget performance hearing vote 2, the Legislature.
Thank you, Chairperson, Deputy Speaker. Greetings, honorable members. The Standing Committee on Oversight met on the 24th of July, where they were taken through the unaudited closeout report by the Legislature administration, led by the Honorable Speaker. The following were noted by the committee. On the non-financial performance, the committee noted that most of the targets had been met as at the end of the fourth quarter. There were also instances where some targets had been exceeded. On public education workshops, it must be mentioned that the target of the public education workshop was exceeded. The legislature had planned for 20 for the financial year, but had achieved 90 at the end of the financial year. The committee therefore resolved for the legislature to revisit its targets and ensure that they are more realistic. Number of approved committee AOPs. It was noted that the changes in the planning regime resulted in the departments having to submit their APPs late. This had an impact on committees finalizing their AOPs. The other impact of the change in planning regime was on committees not being able to analyze the departmental APPs as had been planned for. This target was, however, met later. On financial performance, during the 2019-20 financial year, the main packets for the legislature had increased by 72 million from 599 to 671 million. The increase was accounted for as follows: 8 million implementation of job evaluation results, 0.8 million revenue over collection, mainly interest and sale of old laptops, 16.7 million rollover of unspent funds during 2018-19, 27.4 MPL exit package reimbursement from provincial treasury, 2.5 unspent statutory allocation in 2018-19, 17 million roof repair to main chamber building. It was further noted that the legislature had performed well on revenue collection. 2 million more than they had been budgeted for was collected. The revenue was as follows: sale of goods and services yielded 9,000 more than the budget. These are attributed to commission received from third parties on employee deductions processed from payroll. Interest on bank account was 1.9 more than the budget. Receipts from the sale of capital assets, that is all laptops, was 310,000. Revenue collected from transactions in financial assets and liabilities was 158,000, less than the budget. This relates to all debts recovered during the period. Revenue collected from transfers received relate to sponsorship received for inter-legislative games. On the expenditure per program, it must be noted that the legislature was at the end of the 2019-20 financial year accounting for an underspending of 40 million on administration and parliamentary services. The bulk of which 34 and 3 million was due to delay in filling budgeted for positions, delays in commencement of infrastructural projects and activities being scaled down leading to during the 2019 May elections. On the direct charge, 3 million was underspent as a result of the budget inflationary adjustment for MPLs being higher than actual members' salary increases, noting that Speaker and Deputy Speaker had no increase. On the item parties allowance, it was noted that due to the onboarding processes, some parties appointed their support staff late, thereby accounting for lesser secretarial allowances being paid over to them compared to other parties with similar number of members. It must be also noted that these elections took place within the second month of the new financial year. This meant that the parties would in the book reflect different amount of payments accounting for prior and after elections. Committee expenditure was also reduced prior to the elections, and this was attributed to the scaling down of activities prior to the elections as well as the period immediately after elections. Cost-saving measures. The committee would like to commend the legislature for playing its part towards the saving of its public coffers through initiating and implementing cost-saving measures. During 2019-20 financial year, the legislature continued to place emphasis on the effective management of budget and spending. The following initiatives were taken: limiting attendance of support, usage of public venues, capping monthly mileage of kilometers, scaling down on newspaper subscriptions, reducing number of diaries and calendars ordered, limiting and controlling overtime and catering. The committee would like to encourage legislature to continue exploring cost-saving measures while not compromising the quality of service that the legislature must deliver for the people. We hereby present Chair the report for the unaudited closures on vote 2 for adoption by the House. Thanks.
Thank you. We now move to the Speaker from the ANC, Honorable CQ Mazopa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MEC for Finance, and other members of the executive, honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming here to present the resolutions for 3 departments. That is the Department of Education, Department of Social Development, and Department of Agriculture. Honorable Speaker, I have pleasure to be part of this debate on behalf of the Umbutho Wabantu, African National Congress. Finance Portfolio Committee received briefing from the Provincial Treasury on the 2019-2020 unaudited closeout budget performance report for KwaZulu-Natal. The committee held hearings from the period of 23 October 2020 to 17 November 2020, based on the report received from the Treasury, selecting those departments that have significant expenditure or over expenditure at the end of the financial year, or those with pertinent issues that were raised in the report presented by Treasury. We are going to provide an objective reality in the spending of all departments and entities that appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Finance. The Finance Portfolio Committee has presented 6 resolutions on the education, on contravention of Section 43A of the Public Finance Management Act. The committee noted that the department has an overall over-expenditure in most of its key drivers of service delivery. The underspending on grant is also noted by the committee because of lockdown, but that does not qualify the department to use grant to offset the underspending. 2 wrongs does not equal right. We hope the Portfolio Committee on Education will get into the bottom of this matter. Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, government made it clear that invoices must be paid within 30 days, but this is not happening. If we do not hold those responsible accountable on these losses for non-adhering to the instructions, will result on government losing lots of money that could have been saved. Honorable members, it's worth noting overpayments on property rates as schools are being charged business rates, and this needs to be addressed. On social development, the department grossly violated the PFMA 43.A also, as the law puts it clear that you cannot use or spend grant outside its designated program without the legislature approval. Again, this talks to non-adherence to good work ethics as civil servant, as it is clear that there was disregard of law when such took place. A total of 86.4 million plus 1.3 million respectively was spent without having followed the processes of diverting funds. The Finance Committee calls for the departments to urgently refrain and prevent it from happening in future. The department reported a higher spending on security services. I wonder why cannot be standardized within the public sector to avoid these ballooning budgets, and it may also assist on curbing of the crime. Disaster fund rollover was approved from 2018-2019 to 2019-2020 on provincial disaster relief grant. Yet the department still fails to spend. And this means that the department is failing to budget accordingly, let alone spending these funds. What concerns the committee is the failure to spend the grant or commit it, which may result to KwaZulu-Natal losing that grant and further affecting the service delivery in communities. The department must explain the reasons on their failure to spend in full this grant in 2 consecutive financial years. The Finance Committee noted with concern the inflated numbers of attendance to the Centers of Early Childhood Development when submitting claims to the department. The committee appeals to the department to assure the committee whether mechanism to address the challenge that has been whether it has been developed and that other NPOs are not also inflating the claims. As a committee, we further wanted departments to indicate steps taken or will be taken to recover the funds that were fraudulently claimed by those ECDs. The African National Congress, in its policies, have put the priority of fighting against fraud and corruption. So fraud and corruption should not be tolerated. As a committee, we will forever refuse the tolerance of other institutions to fraud government departments. We will request our colleagues from the Portfolio Committee to follow this very closely to prevent this act in the future. On agriculture, Honorable Speaker, although this department was not part of those departments who attended the hearings, in the Treasury's Grey Book on unaudited closeout reports, the committee learned that the department underspent by 98.6 million, and underspending was particularly high against the conditional grant, which is a grave concern for us as a committee, because this fund, if it is underspent, it may result to it being taken back to the national department. So we appeal to the departments that they must focus on spending the conditional grants, because by not spending the conditional grants, it really affects the service delivery, and also it may result to it being taken back to the national government. The department is expected to put steps in place to eliminate the need to late transfers, because one of the under expenditure was as a result of the transfers payments that were done late. So it's a problem for that to be done. So we want the department to come up with the steps to eliminate the need for the late transfer payments and to ensure that similar underspending is not recorded in future years. So we will look very closely as finance whether the departments are really changing and they are really taking into consideration the resolutions that are taken so that they can correct the mistakes that are happening in the department. The department is encouraged to refrain from the late transfers of funds and improve supply chain management capacity because of its history of experiencing difficulty in regard to supply chain management. Honorable Speaker, I have a great pleasure to state that as a committee, we noted huge improvement in financial management of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development with infrastructure spending, where it spent 80.4% of the final appropriation. We encourage Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to spend all their allocated funds. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, we encourage all departments to make sure that under expenditure is avoided at all costs, especially conditional grants and compensation of employees. The accounting officers must make sure that they implement the resolutions of Finance Portfolio Committee to prevent future under expenditure and conditional grant funds to be sent back to the national government. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. The African National Congress support all these resolution that has been tabled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There appear to be some noise somewhere. Yeah, I don't know whether it's Honorable Mbali, Ntuli. Sicela nehlise impela amazwi siyanizwa nje. Enkulu. Siyanizwa manje. Okay, Honorable Rogers, can you sort that thing out? Okay, we are now going to get another speaker from the IFP, Honorable VF Sabisa, for 10 minutes. Are we getting Honorable VF Sabisa?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and Honorable Members. On behalf of the IFP, let me firstly congratulate you, Honorable Tim Tembu, as the newly elected Deputy Speaker. And I hope things will become better than today as we move forward. I also want to congratulate Honorable S.A. Duma as a newly elected chairs. Be assured of the IFP support in your new roles. Allow me, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to put on record and also in perspective the welcome of the IFP to Honorable MEC Nomsa Dube and Honorable Ravi Pillay to their new responsibility. We have never doubted their abilities. Knowing their experience and attributes, we wish them well despite the configuration that raised and left questions unanswered. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our congratulations to Honorable Nomsa Dube cannot be blinded with the fact that Honorable Nomsa Dube is the first Black woman to be the MEC for Finance. This should have long been done, not to be said now. Let me also welcome our sister, Honorable Hlobisile Dlamini, who is a new member of the Legislature. The IFP welcomes your swearing in, Honorable H. Dlamini, as a member of this Legislature. As the official opposition, the IFP believes in constructive opposition. Where there is abnormality, the IFP will always raise its voice of reason on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. In your case, we welcome your swearing in. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we debate the 2019-2020 unaudited closeout reports, our societies are like a bleeding wound that needs to heal urgently. Unemployment, poverty, and inequality are tearing apart our societies badly. The people of KwaZulu-Natal who stood on long queues during the voting day in 2019 had hopes that the new members of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal will bring relief to the triple challenges that confront them badly on a daily basis. As the two rating agencies lately downgraded our country to further junk status, the hardest time for our economy. Expect departments to be doing everything in their power to push back poverty and unemployment through the full and correct utilization of allocated budget. Unfortunately, the unaudited closeout performance report we are debating today is not a good story to tell. Almost all departments underspend their budgets because even health and education, who show over expenditure, did underspend on grants, but instead used grants for other programs to offset higher spending in other areas, and this is not permitted in terms of the PFMA. At a close range, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this will be no different from fiscal dumping, where you have clean books of not underspending, yet using grants for programs not designed for those grants. Honorable Deputy Speaker, there are departments which are a matter of life and death to our voters. These departments impact directly and daily on the lives of our people. No reason is acceptable that Transport Department shows the under expenditure of 1.66 billion, while our roads and bridges are in such terrible conditions. This department, Honorable Deputy Speaker, must embark on a serious turnaround plan with good forward planning to deal with issues of defaulting contractors due to capacity challenges. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has a chronic tendency to underspend for the past 5 years now. Everybody in this department must know that this cannot be normal, and the culture of underspending at the expense of our people must stop because it is a political crime. This department must take decisive steps to deal with SCM capacity challenges. The underspending of this department on critical issues negatively impacted directly on the lives of the most disadvantaged people of our province. Even if the money is rolled over, the interventions in the lives of our people are already delayed further and further, other than being met on time. We cannot relax under the shelter of the rolled over funds because, good as it is, the rollover, it is a service delivery denied on time to our people. The Department of Social Development also underspend against the provincial disaster relief grant, even though these funds were rolled over from 2018-19 to 2019-20. Again, DSD underspend against is specifically and exclusively appropriated and conditional grant funding by 85.144 million and 1.347 million respectively. The accounting officer should account on why the department utilized specifically and exclusively appropriated and conditional grant funding to offset pressures in other areas without first obtaining the legislature approval. With the amount of looting of the public funds happening in this department, we are not sure it did not see the need to get the approval. The Department of Human Settlement has an unaudited underspending of 86.473 million. As I said before, even if funds are rolled over, our people have been delayed further, which is not what they voted for. They voted for service delivery on time if funds are available. It is this legislature which must do that. Honorable Deputy Speaker, SMVelo KZN wildlife operations are in tatters. It underspends its budget by 66.2 million at year end, largely due to vacancies. Unemployment is rife in our country. We should not allow underspending on vacancies while our people remain unemployed. The rationalization process in this entity has taken too long, and it is also affecting the operations of the entity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the unaudited under-expenditure for the first financial year of the sixth administration of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature is 1.8 billion. This is a slap on the face of the voters. This money must have changed the lives of our people for the better, but it has not. The buck stops with the ruling party. Incompetency and poor be rewarded. Consequences must be done to that contravened the PFMA and use funds for other purposes, yet knowing that the specifically and exclusively appropriated funds and conditional grants cannot be used for other purposes without the approval of the legislature. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the whole world launched the 16 days of activism yesterday, on behalf of the IFP, I commit the IFP to the full participation to the 16 days of activism and throughout the 365 days to the fight against gender-based violence. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sabisa. We are now moving to the Speaker from the DA for 6 minutes, Honorable F.A. Rogers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the outset, let me congratulate you on your appointment. I believe big shoes to fill. Your predecessor was well liked and well loved, and he came from my home constituency. So we look forward to you working with you. And then to Honourable Armstrong Duma, also congratulations. We trust your appointment won't take you away from your agricultural empire and that you'll focus on the legislature. Deputy Speaker, the unaudited closeout report for 2019-2020 is not a great story to looking at the low lack of effective policy implementation because of what I always say, an incapable state, and it's evident that this budget has not yet reached its intended objectives. These main objectives, effective and affordable service delivery, creating an economic climate conducive to job creation. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, you cannot achieve these objectives when the province underspends its equitable share by almost 1.8 billion rand, underspends its conditional grants by almost 1.6 billion rand, and conditional grants by 200 million. That's a shocking total underspend of 3.5 billion rand. You know, honourable members, we've become so blasé when we talk budgets. Millions, billions, it just seems to be another word. Let's for a moment break down that underspend of 3.5 billion. That's a monthly underspend in this province of 30 million rand, or a daily underspend of 1 million rand. Therefore, for the 2019-2020 financial year, the province of KZN managed to underspend its budget by 1 million rand a day. Imagine had we spent this, how many jobs we could have created or SMMEs we could have developed. The old adage of taking care of the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves. Speaker, allow me to take you back to the State of the Province address just next door here, where the Premier stated, and I quote, our immediate and vital overarching task is to place our economy on a path of inclusive growth that must include SMME development, I close quote. It's enlightening to note that on many of the debate platforms, the opposition, and in particular, regularly the DA, is accused that we are part of this, shouldn't be criticizing the government. So allow me to that state of where the Premier unequivocally reminded us, and I quote the Premier, "The ANC-led government is acutely aware of our responsibility to our provincial population of 11.3 million people, with a significant rural component and deeply reflective of our triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality." I close quote. It was not the KZN government, but rather the ANC-led government that the Premier referred to. Indeed, Speaker, if this is the case, then the ANC-led government must take full responsibility for the under-expenditure during the last year. The Division of Revenue Bill is a clear indication of what to expect in our budget cuts. Not only this year, but during the MTF, the 5 billion rand cut to the provincial salary bill is just one of those indicators, and the continued bailout of state-owned entities such as South African Airways now have a direct influence on our provincial and municipal fiscal allocation. You see, Speaker, more than ever before, we are now inextricably linked to the national fiscus. All policy decisions and the implementation thereof will ultimately affect our province. In the past, we've managed to escape this, as National Treasury was always able to identify savings that had no impact on provinces. A frightening new funding model that will directly influence the provinces and furthermore municipalities that are already hamstrung when it comes to balancing the books. This week, the national fiscus was dealt another severe blow, with a further downgrade by both Standard & Poor and Fitch and Moody, now well below junk status. We must never say we're at junk status. We're 3 rows below junk status. This downgrade substantiates my claim that policy without effective implementation is not going to save us. The Premier can't be saying one thing and the province closeout reports indicates exactly the opposite. Allow me, Speaker, to give you but just one example of what's not happening. Take the Department of Transport. I know it's been highlighted, but it's important to continue the conversation. Who returned 1.6 billion rand to the provincial fiscus for underspend on construction and maintenance. Interestingly, Speaker, the department wailed and gnashed its teeth and appealed to Treasury to roll over this 1.6 million rand. Now, this year, the Department of Transport is still unable to spend its budget. Imagine if that 1.6 billion rand had in fact been rolled over. Where would the Department of Transport be now? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. Now we are moving to the Speaker from the EFF, Honorable L.G. Serja, for 6 minutes.
No, thank you, Deputy Somlom. Greetings to you and also to our honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity, Sekela Somlom. The EFF would like to warn the Department of Health that the NHI is a gateway to accessible health to our people. Therefore, this grant must be given all the attention it needs. The underspending in this grant is worrying and it needs a close eye. The NHI is a passage to a better healthcare to our people. We also note that the Department of Health has paid interest. 1.8 million is a lot of money to be wasted on interest. This also means that a lot of suppliers were paid after the 30 days deadlines as per the PFMA and Treasury regulations, which is a contributory factor to the collapse of our SMMEs. Mind you, this is only those that were brave enough to charge interest. Most SMMEs are afraid to charge interest in fear of being blacklisted or lack proper financials. It will be interesting to see how much accruals does the department have. We also hope that the minimal is not covered up by accruals. We shall await for the annual report to clarify us. It is encouraging that a department under this stress is able to only overspend by 0.5%. We are, however, bemused by the department claiming they could not determine the number of unfilled posts. Does the PESAL system not able to provide this, or it is just a lack of basic skill to read the structure against the posts that are filled? This is embarrassing, and why does the department not have an HR plan? This is unacceptable. How to manage the department? The Department of Health has underspent on contractors. This means renovations and other infrastructure expenditure is not released fully. We cannot afford this. Again, health has underspent on municipalities' transfers. The funds should be ring-fenced and cannot be delayed. This simply means the municipalities are unable to meet their targets due to inefficiencies of the provincial government. It is also surprising that all non-financial data is showing achieved targets, all of them. We shall wait to the audited data and see. We noticed that the Department of Human Settlement has collected at 450%. This is good. It is now time to increase your targets. It means we have the potential, or your targets are set too low. Agriculture has underspent by 3.8%. This is a lot of money given the fact that the province needs the land to be worked. A serious zooming is needed in this department. We cannot keep underspending and surrendering the provincial revenue funds, whereas rural communities do not have gardens for food security. We also could not ignore the fact that health, education, and a lot of other departments are sitting at 99% or just over 100% expenditure. The numbers seem to have been balanced by journals. Hope the accounting was fair and not dubious. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Searcher. We are now moving to the NFP. Honorable VRM Locha for 2 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, noting that in the 2019-2020 unaudited closeout budget report, the provincial revenue collected 3.8 billion was above the preliminary collection of 3.8 billion. Thus, when compared to the final appropriation of 3.3 billion, there was an over collection of 120.4 million, or 12.4%. As most departments reflect an over collection of revenue, whereas other departments like Department of Agriculture under collected as a result of lower than anticipated samples submitted to the laboratories for analysis, which clearly shows that in how incompetent the department was regarding the safeguarding the collection of revenue. Or as Deputy Speaker, the province documented an under expenditure of 1.7 billion at year end, which means the province spent 98.6% of its final appropriation as at 31st March 2020. If conditional grants are left out, all departments underspend against their equitable share budgets, excluding health as well as education, which overspend even against their conditional grant allocation, whereas transport recorded a substantial underspending at 1.6 billion. The department must come up with a turnaround strategy, Department of Transport, that can be implemented in order to use
funds accordingly.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to the African National Congress. Speaker, Honorable MPP Zungu for 11 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council, Honorable members, and ladies and gentlemen that are viewing us from all different platforms. It is with great pleasure to stand before you today representing the People's Organization, Ukhongolose Wabantu, which is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Honorable members, the people of South Africa and of KwaZulu-Natal continue to have confidence on the African National Congress. Sibonile-ke ukuthi senze njani ngokhetho. Ngokhetho la kuchibiyela sibonile, as it has and proceed to change, as it proceeds to change people's lives for the better using different methods, which is people-centered and correctly articulating that is found in our manifesto as the ANC. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to dwell much on many issues. I will just go straight to the specifics. The closeout hearings attracted very few departments and only 2 public entities. Issues raised were mainly centered around underspending and overspending of both equitable shares and conditional grants. However, in our deliberations, we were pleased that the Department of Health has improved in leaps and bounds. Huge as it is, but it overspent its budget by mere 74.7 million. Izwakala-ke imali engathi inkulu ngoba when you take it in monetary terms, but when you turn it into percentage, it's just 0.2%. Honorable members, in our discussion, we discovered that this department's HR plan has some challenges resulting from many posts which remain vacant, which is quite a concern which need to be addressed speedily, as the ANC position is clear in saying that all vacant funded posts must be filled so that services to the people can be fast-tracked. As a committee, we then requested for an update on finalization of the plan by the department. Honorable Speaker, the whole problem of medical legal claims appear to be unresolved as it is adequately budgeted for. Our realization was that there seemed to be no visible progress made by the specialized unit, which was very unfortunate. In all honesty, there was no visible progress made in relation to the establishment of centers of excellence, which this department had been talking about for quite a long time. Hence, the committee has resolved that the department must provide the report around this matter. We also noted with deep concern that the cost of outsourced security was spiraling due to month-to-month contracts which were still there. It was not clear also that there were new contracts that was in place. Then it became crucial that resolution in this regard was to be taken in addressing this as it was a challenge. Honorable Speaker, it pained us as well to hear that the stormwater damage project located in Eddington Hospital, which started in 2018-19 financial year, was still incomplete, even though we understand the issue of COVID, but the people still require the service. So it becomes one of the important services that remains not being a service to the people. We therefore request a report of this program. Another identified matter was of great concern is the one of a CFO. That one, we know that it's almost 5 years, over 5 years that it remains vacant. We then sent a strong message by requesting the department to treat this matter of filling this crucial post as a matter of urgency. We further advised the department to headhunt if it's allowed, because it might happen ukuthi ababathola abantu abacompetent, rather ke ba-headhunt the suitable candidate. Honorable Speaker, those were the matters I wanted to reflect on in relation to the Department of Health. I would like to move to the Department of Transport, which is my second area of focus. We've seen that the department continued to underspend its 2019 and 20 budget by more than 1.6 billion, as it was said by others. The explanation for this underspending was largely due to Program 2 that talks to Uvuguzake, emerging contractor program. Much as we empower our people or continue to support the small, medium entrepreneurs, we also seen that when we get a response that the other challenge that caused to the underspending was from them. Because other contracts were terminated due to the fact that they failed to perform their work, due to the excess of inquiry at some instances, but we learned that there are challenges with Amakosi to a certain extent. However, we were briefed that the matter is being resolved through the meeting with the affected stakeholders such as Amakosi and have Provincial House of Traditional Leaders. So it becomes crucial that we need to point out that this problem still exists in the department, as Honorable Usonjika has mentioned as one of the challenges in his midterm debate on Tuesday. If honorable members could recall also that we raised a concern of spike in March 2020, where more than 1 billion was spent. Our main concern was that this department might be doing fiscal dumping so as to make its book look good. But to the ones that are recipient, then it becomes a challenge. We are one government. We don't need to do izinto ezicompromise service to abantu ngoba leyo is impact kabi kwabanye abasuke intended kubona leyo mali esihamba kanjani. Somlomo ohloniphekileyo, we appreciated the fact that we met only 2 public entities during the closeout, which is clear indication that good work was done by the Department of HR. We thank the former MEC then, which means their turnaround strategy produced good outcomes. It is also important to mention that no public entity was met during the midterm budget reviews this November due to the improvement made, which I had alluded to during the closeout hearing. Honorable members, in relation to the closeout hearing held with Ithala and Ezemvelo, Ithala's main issue was the banking license, which has been pursued for quite a long time. We appreciated the fact that the exemption was extended to the end of September 2021. However, we felt that there are 3 outstanding issues that still remained, but the leadership was confident that they would have met all those 3 problematic areas by 2021. Pertaining to Ezemvelo, Honorable Speaker, the old challenges remained, which consists of the high vacancy rate that exists, where about 118 vacant critical posts remain unfilled. We were very worried to hear this and called for the right thing to be done, as this 118 is too much. Ukhuluma ngabantu engabe basiza uku-improve i-service, sikwazi ukuthi sekubantu bathole ama-services. So it's too much. We making a call ukuthi akuzanye ukuthi agcwalise lama-post. As all these posts should be filled, another concern is the East 3 Road market stall, which was not built despite the availability of over 10.2 million for the construction. The long-standing commercialization strategy was still not done. We were clear that non-spending of budget will not be tolerated. While the people of KZN need services, addressing this matter was very crucial and very paramount. As I conclude, Chair, Honorable Speaker, we want to encourage all government departments and public entities to ensure that they work hard in spending their budget, as that will accelerate service delivery to our people. We highly hope that improvements in all areas that we have highlighted will be made, as we have responsibility of changing people's life for the better. We can never compromise on service delivery. As the ANC taught us, even Nagubachu Pili principles mandated us to prioritize people and service delivery in whatever that we do.
Thank you. We are now moving to the minority front. I understand there is an apology on the part of minority front. Therefore, we'll move straight to ATM. Honorable Locha will stand in for Pagat.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As ATM, we appeal to the Departments of Treasury to address the following: ensuring departments do not use unspent conditional grants and specifically exclusively appropriated funding for other purposes than what these funds were appropriated for. Ensure that rollover funds are being utilized accordingly before allocating additional funds. Quantify the number of outstanding posts that were not filled by the year end. Difficulties in terms of budgeting and reporting on transfers and subsidies. With this, we thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's hear from ACDP. 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 Okay, we are passing on. Let's go to DA. Honorable F.A. Rogers for 2 minutes.
Diabolela Somlom. Let me allow me to continue, Speaker, in the vein that I spoke about earlier, and that's, had the Department of Transport been able to spend that budget, which was predominantly on infrastructure, that money would now be flowing through our province, creating jobs, assisting the economy, and ultimately sustaining lives. And I think that was the principle that the Premier was alluding to. And I think it's the principle we often forget, that that type of money goes in a circle. It's spent, it creates jobs, it creates economies, and it develops our province. And on March the 4th, 2020, the Premier had the following to say, and I quote the Premier: "Our own economy is trapped in a low growth cycle. Most importantly, we need to make our one contribution to the GDP growth and create more jobs." I close quote. We didn't achieve that in the last financial year. So what went wrong and what continues to go wrong, Speaker? We have the money, but we seem to be unable to spend it. In my treasonable behavior And we get fed the same narrative from this department year in and year out. The Vugazake emerging contractor development is non-compliant. The problem is, Speaker, it's been non-compliant since 2018. We're now in 2020. Continued disputes over quarries on Ingonyama land and related remuneration to Amakosi for their use. These are weak excuses, Speaker, and they come at the expense of much-needed jobs and a receding economy, and fly in the face of the Premier's statement during the State of the Province address. Ingonyama land is state land. It belongs to us.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. Now let's give platform to Honorable Duma of the ANC for 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving us this opportunity. Let us congratulate you, Kabatelo Mkhulu, for being assigned the new role. Let me also thank board chairpersons, Honorable Dlangamandla and Honorable Dlugula, for a sterling presentation. Honorable Speaker, I'm just going to cite a quote from Frantz Fanon when he says, I open quote, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it in relative opacity or obscurity. I think we must start it in that way so that we can address some of the issues. I know we are dealing with finances, Honorable Speaker, but I'm just going to cite this thing first before we zoom and go to deeper details. Yesterday, on the first day of 16 days of activism, we were subjected to cannibalism and perverted thinking by comrades in Mpumalanga province, who saw it fit that mechanically use the resolution instead of applying politics and lead the society. Morality is the highest upbeat and symbol of change to our people, and the entire ANC beseech to assist our people to live in a viable environment. We should be on record, Honorable Speaker, supporting those 2 kids who fell prey as victims and unequivocally call it so. It was so unfortunate they fallen prey on someone they love and declared them as their father. Moral veil of their movement was not adhered. We are categorical and vehemently opposed to this myopic move by the PC. Let me proceed, Honorable Speaker. The fiduciary duties of us as honorable members is to ensure that as legislators appropriate monies to serve the interests of the people in general, KwaZulu-Natal province remains the rural province which is engulfed by the plight of poverty. And by all means, government departments should spend all the budget that has been appropriated to it, given to them as well. Most targets were met by the legislature, and during COVID-19 pandemic, our institutions stay afloat and adapted in the new environment of the 4th Industrial Revolution and engaging on the social platform. I think we must appreciate that. I think we must elevate the principal chair that almost all the departments that have not spent what has been appropriated to them, we are not, in fact, we are on record as well, not okay on someone being given an administrative duties, especially the accounting office and our MEC. Let us ensure, I think we are all aware now that transport as the major culprit, the trend that they usually do, they will start spending in the 2nd quarter usually, which is unfair because it means that that's a poor planning on its own. You've got an annual performance plan, start spending on the 1st quarter so that you can proceed. As we speak, currently they've got a pressure, Honorable Speaker, they must spend 500 million per month till the end of the financial year. Is it possible? Is it doable? So unfortunate, the Auditor General has just declared what has been regarded as 4197, 4198 as irregular. So amongst other things, so in their panel where they thought they will spend, they can't spend because even the panel has been declared irregular. So it's an issue that we must highlight. We want to thank a job well done on the first presentation by Honorable Dube Ncube when she presented us on this closeout report. I think she did a sterling job, although there was an issue of 5.2 billion cut, which will remain a thorn for a longer period and carrying government when the economy stabilizes. We should deal with such and so that we can enhance our growth. Honorable Speaker, I thought one should also mention that we want to appreciate the gesture by the IFP in particular on extending warm hands toward the new roles to certain members. This will go a long way when they say congratulations, Chairperson, Speaker, and other members in dealing with poverty together as our people suffer atrocities in our communities. Indlala-ke ayinawo ukhongolose, ayinankatha, izibonela umuntu olambile emakhaya. So siyafisa ukuthi siqhubeke sibambisane. Whenever they criticize us thoroughly, we will respond correctly. But whenever there is an issue of ensuring that they are just grandstanding, we will also deliberate on those issues with the opposition. Honorable Rogers as well, we must also accept and thank you so much on wishing the new Deputy Speaker and other honorable members who were assigned and given duties. We also had the comment on some honorable members who had an empire somewhere within agriculture as the catalyst. In fact, we are glad we should advance this theoretical framework. DA as an organization is a racist organization. But within the context of DA, you do have the honorable members like Rogers. He's white, he's a male, but he does not subscribe to that ideology of seeing themselves, of seeing himself as someone superior. Even when you give us the criticism, we are able to take the criticism because it is coming from a good heart of ensuring that you advance the societal trend. We are going to listen to you. And unfortunately, we can encapsulate the tendencies that are coming from your members of thinking that they are special, they are super race, they can think they can advance anything. So we are clinical, and I think you could just feel that the moral ethos of our movement is to ensure that let us embrace the principles of Ubuntu, let us work together, because in reality that when we appropriate 139 billion, each and every cent should be spent, in particular Department of Health and Education. We will rather be comfortable when they overspend, because that's where they are dealing with the issues of our people. I think it must be clinical when it comes to those issues. I think we must also elevate the point, Honorable Speaker, of saying that these two, the Finance and the STACOV, are the committees that are usually characterized by a jovial mood, by a robust debate, and we are always clinical on zooming and deliberating on issues, which is why as the ANC, the movement, we are able to say that the issue of underspending should be treated as a serious crime, and there should be an application of consequence management from the accounting officer and other strategic leaders. You must not get your performance bonus if you have failed to spend the money that's allocated to you. You must not be able to get a bonus if you have not met the target. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Duma. Let's now conclude our debate with the response by the MEC, Honorable Dube Ngube, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Can I also echo my sentiments from all my colleagues to thank the honorable members, but also congratulate you, the Speaker, as well as the Deputy Speaker, as well as the Chair of Chairs, on your new responsibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the honorable members who have made contributions to this debate, I know Honorable Nkosi always prides himself, and I always agree with him that his committee he's always on top of the situation, and I do agree that the committee always is very thorough with the work that they do. I do want to thank all the honorable members who have made contributions, and want to say that we have taken notes from all the honorable members. So I'm not going to go through each contribution that was made by each honorable member on this debate. Safe to say that, honorable members, that we agree with you wholeheartedly that all of us as members of the Executive Council need to ensure that the monies that are appropriated by this legislature for service delivery need to be utilized for the purpose that it is appropriated for. And that the fact that we have the heads of departments or accounting officers who are not able to live up to that standard probably is something that we need to take seriously ourselves, because I don't think any one of the members of the executive councils actually is an accountant or even is an expert in accounting. So we believe that there are people who are supposed to be experts, who are supposed to be doing the work that they are employed to do, and we should therefore hold them accountable. I'm glad, honorable members, that all the members here, without fail, from the ruling party, the African National Congress, you've articulated clearly that the mandate of the African National Congress is that one of servicing our people and ensuring that people do get the services. And that is the mandate that you have given to your executive members, and you expect nothing less than that. And to other members of the other political parties who've also, as the Honorable Duma has said, that the criticisms that are being given that are constructive, but also that are aimed at building from the work that we are all doing are welcome because we all need to build from where we are. The issue of the medico-legal claims, Honorable Zungu, it is unfortunately an issue that is unresolved, and unfortunately it will remain with us until it is resolved at that level where it should be resolved. And the issues of the vacant posts, I think this is one of the areas that probably all the chair of chairs, maybe at the committee level, I hope that the finance committee and the members that were debating here and the portfolio committees were taking notes of the issues that were being raised by the members that were debating the resolutions that were taken committee, because they talk to areas where there is a need for the accounting officers to provide reports on the plans, but also for the follow-up on some of those matters that needs to be dealt with. Of course, the matters such as Ezemvelo not again spending, you would know, you would remember from that report that they did have challenges related to the disputes on the tenders, which matters are now being dealt with, and we hope that there will be progress on those matters. Honorable Hlabisa, we do agree that the under expenditure, and I think all honorable members from Honorable Madlopa and all honorable members spoke about the issues of Department of Transport. I think all of us are concerned about the Department of Transport, and it is true that you do not plan as you get monies, because we have the MTSF, what is called, you plan over 3 years. I remember saying, even when we were still at municipalities, you don't plan in that year when we're supposed to implement, you plan a year ahead. But you still find that there are departments that do not plan a year ahead. As a result, you do not even find the plans reflective of day one of the date when the budgets are passed, that there is already contracts on the ground. And I think we have indicated that probably it's a discussion that we will have to have. But I must assure you, honourable members, that the members of the Executive Council seated here, all of them, have taken a step further to that matter, in that there is a skills audit that is being done by the provincial government with a view of trying to ensure that we have the right skills at the right place, that you do not have a carpenter where you're supposed to have a plumber, that you have a right, a good skills match, because sometimes we might be missing the boat due to some mismatch that we might be having in some of the areas. That's why I said I'm not going to go into each one of the areas that have been dealt with. The issues of NHI, these matters, honourable members, are projects that have been driven, as you would know, by the national government in terms of one of our districts being a pilot project. So there were areas that the government at the national level had to deal with, but others had to be changed midstream. So those are some of the areas moving forward. I'm sure they are going to be dealt with by the various departments. I'm sure in the next debate you will also see how the remedies are being put in place by the various MECs in dealing with those matters. We do agree, honourable members, that it can never be acceptable that there is under expenditure, nor over expenditure for that matter. That is why there is an agreement at the level of all the MECs that even at the level of clusters, that we have strengthened the work of the clusters with the view really, because each department relies on the other one to ensure that they succeed. No one department can succeed without the other playing the role in the chain of events. So that work as well has been strengthened to ensure that we are able to succeed in some of the critical key performance areas that we have to achieve as government. So the matters that have been raised around departments, various departments, as articulated by the honourable members, have been noted. I'm not. There will probably be a repeat in the next debate, I can see, because many of these are also being carried, because this was it was before the audit was closed, and the tabling, therefore, of this revised numbers will then be reflected in the next debate.
Thank you,
Honourable Chair. Thank
Honourable
you.
Dube. That brings us to the end of this debate. We now proceed with the voting on the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020. So, as you know, in terms of the standing rule 2252, the question must be put in the following order. 1, the program within the vote, or where a vote comprises more than one program, on all program within that vote. 2, the vote itself. And 3, the bill itself. So, on the division, which one? Excuse me? Sorry for that. We should start with the debate. Unfortunately, the speaker's list was not forwarded, but I've just received it. We need to start there. Starting with the debate, again, we are going to receive a report by the Chairperson of Finance on the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020. Honorable Asinkosi for 10 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We are not going to consume so many minutes. We needed those minutes for the closeout report. But thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to table this report on behalf of our portfolio committee. Honorable Speaker, the KwaZulu-Natal Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020 was tabled.
Honorable Nkosi, please unmute.
Is unmuted on my side.
Thank you. Now you are unmuted, sir. We can hear you properly. You can continue from the beginning.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. We are thanking you for giving us this opportunity to table the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Finance in KwaZulu-Natal. We are tabling the report on the KwaZulu-Natal Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020. This is the bill that was tabled in the form of a detailed report on Tuesday, the 24th of November 2020, by the MEC for Finance, Honorable Dube. The bill was subsequently referred by the Speaker of our Legislature to the Finance Portfolio Committee and Stakov for consideration, and for these two committees to report to the House. The committee Speaker met on the same day to consider the bill, and the whole Department of the Treasury, including the MEC, were there, and we received the briefing, and then all the members that were present on the part of the Finance Portfolio Committee supported the bill. Having done that, and we want to indicate that we went through even the accompanying papers and the report by the MEC, and then we agreed unanimously to advise this House to vote in support of this bill, despite the conditions under which it is presented. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight to present the report of that Standing Committee on Vote 2. Honorable Ntombela, 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The report on the Standing Committee on Oversight 2020-2021 Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill. The MEC Provincial Treasury tabled on the 24th of November 2020 the 2020-2021 KZN Second Appropriation Bill that is responding to the medium-term budget policy statement as had been tabled by the National Minister of Finance in October. The MTPPS reflected the country's poor economic performance and the need to stabilize the country's debts. The bill was duly referred by the Speaker to the Portfolio Committee on Finance and to the Stakov Committee for processing. A meeting was held with the Legislature on the 25th of November 2020 The committee notes that the bill, amongst others, dealing with the rollovers from the provincial equitable share as well as conditional grants. The additional funding being made available to various government departments are noted. There have been no new allocation to the legislature allocation. It is noted, however, that in line with FMPPLA, the funds unspent by the legislature have been retained to the amount of 39 million. The committee therefore is recommending the approval of the bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ntombela, the chairperson of STACOV. The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable CQ Maldopa of the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council present, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, to those who listened carefully and attentively to the presentation of this KZN appropriation bill should have picked up that our economy is under extreme stress as a result of both objective and subjective factors. The main stress has been imposed by COVID-19. Such economic challenges we face now are very complex. They are further complicated by the downgrades from both the Moody's and Fitch. We have no doubt that Standard and Poor shall follow suit. This requires that the people of KwaZulu-Natal, as parties or individuals, work together to solve these complex challenges. Honorable Speaker, simple solutions from simple-minded armchair reasoners can't solve the complex challenges. Populists don't solve problems, but pragmatists do solve problems. Honorable Speaker, the National Treasurer has implemented some changes in our provincial budget. Our budget is cut by 5.3 billion. While we note cuts, but KwaZulu-Natal budget receives a total of close to 1.8 billion. The 5.3 billion cut is effected on the compensation of employees, which is budgeted for the public sector wage increase. This was calculated at 5.88%. National Treasurer is compelled to take this route because of the current economic situation in which we are in as a country. We need to bear in mind that this is the issue of bargaining, which is between the state as the employer and the labor unions representing the workers. As we speak today, this court. The National Treasurer anticipates that this matter might not be resolved in the current financial year. Thus, a recall of this 5.3 billion to the national government. I have no doubt that if the court rules in favor of workers, the cut money will come back to KwaZulu-Natal so that workers are paid their salary adjustments. This appropriation bill of KwaZulu-Natal is cut proportionately in the departments. Thus, Education Department will lose over 3.8 billion and Department of Health 1.77 billion. Honorable Speaker, this change brings additions coming from the Presidential Employment Fund which amounts to 7 billion, which will be added to provincial equitable share in all 9 provinces. Part of this comes from KwaZulu-Natal. Education Department will receive 1.4 billion for the employment of education assistants to be employed in schools. It is targeting fee-paying and subsidized independent schools where school governing bodies employees had no or reduced salaries during the heavy lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. These education assistants will be employed by school governing bodies as reading assistants, classroom assistants, after-school assistants, possibly referring to sporting coach or specific sporting activities. The Education Department must know that this money is ring-fenced under the category of specifically and exclusively appropriated funds. Another money coming to KwaZulu-Natal that will be allocated is 4 million from the National Quota for drought relief. The money will go to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for scooping of dams so that livestock, Honorable Mtombe, livestock gets water. Honorable Speaker, we welcome the 103.5 million allocated to the Department of Social Development for food relief so that interventions can be made to assist our vulnerable people who are affected negatively by COVID-19 and also the loss of jobs or income arising from lockdown, which started at the end of March 2020 till today. Honorable Speaker, as I will close by stating that the ANC supports this second adjustment because ANC understands complexity of the economic challenges we face today. I thank you.
The next member for 10 minutes is Honorable L.J. de Klerk of the IFP. Honorable de Klerk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It seems that it's so complex that we're doomed. But the Nobel laureate economist Milton Friedman said, if you put a centralist government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years there will be a shortage of sand. Well, be sure that he knew what he was talking about, as South Africa is currently in exactly this predicament, as we have run out of money. Complex situation, no money. Our position is even worse because our fiscal downturn was not just created by poor policies that inhibited a business reality, but also placing unions in such an elevated position that it allowed pay increases that was out of sync and unsustainable. No wonder that an amount of 25.3 billion is being cut from the provincial sphere to be deducted from provincial compensation of employees budget, with KZN's share being 5.4 billion. This matter is currently in court, and the unions are fighting the situation, notwithstanding the fact that everybody knows that there just is not enough money. The unions are just not prepared to do what is right for the country and all its citizens. It is selfishly opposing the reduction, knowing very well that if the courts find in their favour, the whole budget will collapse and South Africa will become a basket case. Margaret Thatcher said, freedom will destroy itself if it is not exercised within some sort of moral framework, some body of shared beliefs, some spiritual heritage transmitted through the church the family, and the school. And you would have heard the ANC now murmuring. Where it comes to morals, and this is a quote that deals with morals, you hear them murmur because there is no morals. We need to be honest with ourselves that the ANC-led government lack moral framework. You see, I knew what they are going to do because they're predictable. The president of this Republic of South Africa stated himself that accused number one are you, the ANC. It's not me that says so, it's your own president that says that you are accused number one, that there is a problem with morality. Referring to a plethora of corruption allegations discovered by the Zondo Commission and other institutions. The new MEC of Finance said in her debate, even though the odds may seem stacked against us, I am confident that we will overcome them. As the people of KZN, we are too optimistic and too proud to succumb to despondency, and she was correct to say that we cannot fail now. The sad reality is that nowhere in the debate does the MEC point out to the real reasons for the fiscal failure. To merely say that we must overcome does not instill hope. We need true and strong leadership, leadership that continuously admit their mistakes made by that leadership, that condemns corruption, leadership that deals decisively with members in their own party who are charged with serious crimes, leadership that condemns unions who hold the country to ransom. During a terrible pandemic, leadership with business policies to kickstart the economy, that is what will work. If government think they're going to kickstart the economy by policies like the Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, Operation Vula, Radical Transformation and RASIT, will not help with the speedy recovery of the economy. If it was so, the rating agencies would have had a lot of hope for our recovery, as the government has such wonderful plans. But no, once again, our investment rating was lowered, and remember, this was also done even before COVID. How does the government think it will ignite the economy if it can't even successfully finish the Indian indigent laborers memorial? Can't even do that, but it wants to fix the economy. It can't even spend all its money from the departments. Milton Friedman also said one of the great mistakes to judge policies and programs by the intention rather than their results. If we look at the results here, we see it in the massive problem with unemployment, 30.8% at the moment. This will not disappear under the policies as we see them today. Somewhere the penny must drop. The truth must be accepted that government policies is not working. It is time to rethink these policies and to cause the Titanic not to sink. This is not a complicated problem. It's an easy one. Change these policies that clearly doesn't work. Allow businesses to grow, use their tax money for social programs. It is impossible for the government to control and steer the economy. Look at China. What made them successful? They moved away from a planned economy. Yes, we have, through the KZN second adjustment bill, appropriation bill, moved our meager resources around, tried to fill the gaps, plug the holes. It is almost like magic, but as magic, it is not real, and many people of our great country and province will suffer for it. Yes, we must be positive, but the interest of society demands criticism of the government. Where it fails, it is the only morally honest thing to do. The opposition must point to the government's failures. We must implore the ANC to do the right thing. Attend to merely refer to us as populist will not remove the problem. We stand for what is right without the expectation of gratitude or reward. There is, sorry, I can't hear and read properly because people are talking. I hear the Premier the whole time talking here in front. Want to ask me something, Premier? I see you talking all the time. I can say what I want. Huh? Are you embarrassed?
Honorable de Klerk, you are wasting your own time.
No,
Honorable members,
I'm not wasting my time. I'm asking a question.
Don't drown the speaker. Don't entertain the drowning of the speaker.
No, I'm just wondering if the Premier wanted to say something, that's all. But it sounds like he's just mumbling. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, we must be positive, but we must act decisively with what is wrong and what is not working. Everybody in this chamber and everyone out there demands your honesty to the difficult thing and to do the difficult thing, not to be self-correct, not to pat yourself on the back and self-congratulate you on your failures. We must act now. Thank you.
The next speaker for 6 minutes is the Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA. Honorable members, order. Order, Honorable Sbiya, Honorable Mchali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, it would be amiss of me not to pass some comments on the continued scourge of gender-based violence. The 16 days of activism indeed highlights the scourge, but personally, I don't believe it addresses the problem. In the main, gender-based violence is male-based violence. The problem lies with us. The problem does not lie with women. And until we admit that fact, we'll continue to face the scourge. It's all very well, Madam Speaker, having talk shops with women. The problem is we're speaking to the victims in the main. The conversation needs to happen amongst the men in this house. As an only child in my house, my father continually taught me that a man who strikes a woman is nothing more than a coward and disrespects a woman. As a father, I've been blessed with 2 daughters and have aspired this principle in my home. The question that needs to be asked of us men, do we know of situations of gender-based violence? It's happening amongst us. It's happening in our friends, within our families. What are we doing about it? If we ignore it, we are part of the problem and not part of the solution. As men, it's time to stop the rot. Madam Speaker, somlom mama, diabulela for allowing me that. The second adjustment budget is another clear indication that it cannot be business as usual. I'd like to focus my debate on finding solutions. I'm often accused of being critical and not giving solutions. And as the saying goes, I believe we need to work smarter and not harder. Indeed, sometimes, Honorable Nkosi, it's the simple solutions that resolve complex problems. The main factor to the adjustments were the cuts to compensation of employees, the Presidential Employment Fund, where we saw additional funding, and of course the SAA bailout, which is going to affect our province and the municipalities. And that, Madam Speaker, if you look at what's happening in Moyamgeni again today, where the town is being collapsed by strikes of the unions, and this very city, the Mzanduzi city, called the City of Choice, which is not a city of choice, it's a city of potholes, of blackouts, of no water. And I had the privilege of attending with the Premier one of the war room engagements in this particular city. The mayor arrived late, and the mayor sat through the entire meeting not making one note or having a notebook or a pen. And thank heaven the Premier actually reprimanded him. It's unacceptable, and we need to turn it around. The bulk of the budget cuts are obviously affected in the National Treasury is the 25.3 billion rand cut from the sphere for compensation of employees, which, as we all know, means we're losing 5.4 million rand. So what can be done to combat our shrinking equitable share and declining economy? The mandate from the top, the mandate from National Treasury is quite clear. Reduce the growth of the public sector wage bill. Austerity measures, Madam Speaker, ain't going to cut it any longer. It's going to take, and I use the word radical, it's going to take radical changes to be able to address the challenges that lie ahead. And here are a couple of suggestions that I believe are radical. A review of the entire provincial organogram, starting with those departments who continually underspend on compensation of employees, who continually have vacant posts year in and year out. Cut all those posts from the organogram. If they've remained vacant for 2 years or more, then the department doesn't need it. Remove them. That is an effective and radical cost-saving measure. The vetting of senior managers. I've written a question to the Office of the Premier on this particular matter some months ago and have yet to receive a response. And the question is, does this vetting happen? Is it effective? Because in terms of the AG's findings, it doesn't seem to be working. We seem to lack capacity in certain departments and with certain senior officials. Madam Speaker, we cannot have senior managers of supply chain with nothing more than a matric being appointed. It is unacceptable. That has to stop. For some time now, there's been whispering in the corridors of power of skills audits. This, Madam Speaker, needs to be expedited, and timeframes need to be tabled and adhered to. These timeframes allow us as legislators to do effective oversight on what's happening in the province. The rationalization of provincial entities needs to be concluded sooner rather than later. We need timeframes.
The next speaker for 6 minutes is Honorable L.G. Seja of the EFF.
No, thank you, Somlomo. Greetings to you and also greetings to the whole House. The EFF is concerned that why is our provincial GDP contracting by 51%, whereas there is so much potential in the province? When are we going to industrialize this province to its maximum capacity? How are we doing with skill development? Where are entrepreneurs? They were replaced with entrepreneurs. This is the reason we are here today. And thanks to COVID-19, all the failures of this government will be pinned to this monster. We need a better and efficient way of managing our budget and sticking to the business plans. There is always a reliance or rollovers to cover accruals. This is basically Chinese accounting. It means we did not do what we were supposed to do when we were supposed to do it. Imagine if Treasurer was to reject our rollover requests. This means the NHI, ILIMA, emergency housing grant, etc., will suffer a big blow. Why do you order vehicles late in the financial year? Did we not know we needed these earlier? The suspension of 50 million rand for youth empowerment is not correct. This means the department was not planning on alternatives during lockdown. The year has not ended. Or does this mean that this fund was earmarked for some people? This is not acceptable. The youth constitutes a majority of the population. We therefore cannot take what they already do not have. Since school vandalism is rife, why do we not budget for EPWP's program to guard our school instead of spending so much money repairing the damages? We shall wait for the plan of the SMME COVID-19 support. Siyathemba ngeke kube nesandla semfene nalapho. We also wish to see more money being allocated to stop theft crisis in our province. As a rural person, I know the pain of small farmers who lose their stock to across the borders. Somlomo mhlawumbe umuntu akadlule kulokho. Sizwakalise ukuzwelana nabasebenzi bahulumeni abazozithola bengaholi ngendlela efanele and bengakhushulelwa nezimalo zabo for the next 3 years. Okubuhlungu ukuthi bona abangene ekuphatheni izwe kodwa bazithola sebengene entweni abangayazi. It worries because usenama-billions abolekwa by the ruling party for COVID relief. Leyo mali sonke siyazi ukuthi iyehla ngemilenze. Kodwa inkinga nayo mase kufanele ibhatalwe, all South Africans will suffer. Ikakhulukazi abasebenzi baka-government. Bazozithola sebebhatala izikoloto abangangene kuzona. Futhi abangatholanga lutho ngazo. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable S.M. For 7 minutes, the next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable S.M. Sonchita of the ANC.
Mama Osomlomo ngiyabonga ngibingelele kuNdunankulu ne malunga executive ayiholayo ngibingelele kumalunga endlu ehloniphekileyo. I see it's a week of complex and simple solutions. But it is important that we all accept that we are in a difficult position as a country. Some of the challenges are not of our own making as a country. But to solve complex solution, Honorable Rogers, it starts by admitting that they are there, they exist, so that you are then able to develop strategies that are going to work to solve such complex issues. And I agree with Honorable Madlopa there. Honorable Speaker, the appropriation bill presented a day before yesterday by the Honorable MEC Dube Ncube contains a lot of shifts and environments. We must first remind this House that this legislature has a position requesting departments to engage in a forward planning as to reduce these variants and shifts in order to remove the perception that these changes could be brought about by poor or no planning by the departments. In case of 2020, we should understand that the lockdown might have affected the implementation of some of the programs, thus the necessity of these shifts. We have noted that many of such environments were above 8% permissible in the PFMA, and thus requiring approval from the legislature. The Finance Committee, together with Treasurer, went through each and every department on the basis that, on this basis, we looked at all these requests for variants and shifts. We looked at them very carefully, and we were persuaded when we looked at them that this House should support this environment. It is important also, Honorable Speaker, that we remind ourselves of this, how then, what are the circumstances these environments and shifts are permitted. There are basically 4 areas, namely on ring fence funds, when there are resultant savings and a decrease in capital, decrease in transfers and subsidies, as well as movements between the main divisions, which does not exceed 8%. They are covered in Section 43 of the PFMA. All departments are bound to stick by them. Oral Speaker, the table bill, appropriations bill, makes mention of what happens to the grants, conditional grants, when they are not fully spent. If they could not be fully spent or fully committed, failure to commit or spend leads to National Treasurer demanding them back, and they revert back to the National Revenue Fund. This is how our people lose on the service delivery. We are excited to hear that 192 million of conditional grants were approved for rollovers in terms of Section 22 of the Division of Revenue Act. 2 of these are in the Department of Agriculture, although part of them were taken away from the province. One is in the education. This one was fully committed, thus it did not go away. Health, human settlements, arts and culture lost money as well. Our Speaker is said to remind ourselves that 28.5 million was lost to the National Revenue Fund. Specific departments are mentioned in the presentation by the Honorable MEC for Finance. This is a repeat of some departments mentioned above, but now adding culture and social development. This loss brings pain to the people of KZN. It happens despite repeated calls by this House. Surely, consequence management must come to bear to all responsible officials. Honorable Speaker, part of almost 1.8 billion coming to KZN includes conditional grants amounting to 273 million. Beneficiaries are the Departments of Health, Social Development and Transport. They come from the Presidential Employment Fund to ensure additional jobs creation. Honorable Speaker, the ANC wish to persuade this House to support this bill under circumstances that we are living in. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is Honorable VR Mlotwa of the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, we accept and support this bill. As much as we are pleased with the total adjustment appropriation towards the province, we acknowledge that KZN is one of the biggest contributing provinces to the national economy. However, we are deeply concerned about the scope of fraud and corruption in this province. We appeal to the provincial government to take severe measures to stop this stealing of public funds through fraud and corruption. and ensure that every cent is accounted for. One cannot successfully deal with corruption on the national level, disregarding corruption and fraud in the province level. Honourable Speaker, national lockdown regulations impacted on the economy very negatively. Business operation and tax income stream have been harshly affected due to lockdown regulations, leaving more than half of the South African population in facing hunger. As we know that future generation will repay debts attained in response of COVID-19 pandemic, because these loans need to be paid back. To support accomplished solidity in our economy, the local and national government must welcome the principle of good governance, reinforce accountability and investigate infringements reported by the Auditor General to ensure smooth transition as we move towards rebuilding our economy. I thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is Honorable Esther Rajbansi of the MF. You must stand down. Thank you. Honorable Thakur Rajbansi is not in the House and has not indicated any attempt to invoke Rule 7.3. As such, we will move. The next speaker is for 2 minutes, Honorable M.E. Pakati of the ATM, who has requested to use Rule 7.3. Honorable Pakati for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ATM welcome and support this bill with the hope that the allocation and adjustment made by the provincial government will go a long way in stimulating economic growth in this province. In order to achieve this, strong oversight and monitoring must be done to make sure that these funds are used strictly for the intended purposes. I thank you.
Thank you. I will request honorable members that we request all the honorable members that are without masks to put on the mask before we can move to the next speaker. And we put them properly, Honorable Mazibuko, including, hiding the nostril or the nose, like this. Thank you. The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable MPP Zungu, the Deputy Chair of Chairs for the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin my debate a little different this time. Before I go into the economic background that lays the foundation of the adjustments that were tabled in this House, as well as the technical aspect of the adjustment. Speaker, the African National Congress, as the oldest liberation movement on the continent, noting its principles and the values it has espoused over the past 108 years, which have inspired and continue to be a symbol of hope for people across the world. Allow me to applaud the Honorable Premier and his delegation for having handled the COVID-19 pandemic the way they did, take into account that this was something unexpected and unplanned for. And to date, we see our province having better managed under difficult circumstances as compared to other provinces. I will not mention them. His Excellency, the President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa announced his various measures to stimulate the economy. And this includes the implementing of growth-enhancing economy reforms, reprioritizing public spending to support growth and job creation, enhancing infrastructure investment, addressing pressing matters in education and health, as well as municipal social infrastructure improvement. It is paramount that we must act with purpose and vigor in all that we do, and the decision we take must weigh up what we are putting versus what we are getting from our provincial spending. The fiscal space we have will be limited, therefore resolving all the issues that are holding us back from achieving our full potential must be attended to, and dealing with the root cause always yield positive results. Madam Speaker, the budget cuts affected on province by National Treasury are as a result of an amount of 25.3 billion being cut from provincial sphere to be deducted from provincial compensation of employees' budget, with KZN share of 5.3 billion. The budget cuts were implemented across all votes due to reasons known by all of us, where we have to ensure that departments use what they have diligently, where each and every cent and rand counts. Honorable Speaker, there are 4 suspension of funds that are included in the second adjustment estimates. As a reminder, so that we are all on par, a suspension of funds refers to voluntary surrender of funds in year for reallocation in future years, or where a function moves from one department to another, and the funds are then suspended from one vote and allocated to the receiving vote as funds follow functions. Without wasting time, the suspension on vote 1, which is the Premier, Office of the Premier, and vote 6, which is the Provincial Treasury, we see the movement of the Forensic Investigation Unit between these 2 departments. The Provincial Executive Council determined that on June 10, 2020, that the Forensic Investigation Unit at a Provincial Treasury should be transferred to the Office of the Premier with the effect from the 1st of August 2020. As a result, an amount of 19.9 million moved with regard to this function, shift from Provincial Treasury to Office of the Premier. This amount was mutually agreed upon between the 2 departments. The budget for 2021 and 22 onward will be moved when the 2021-22 MTEF budget is prepared. Again, in vote 1, requested that the 50 million allocated for KZN Youth Empowerment Fund be suspended from their vote this year and be allocated back to them in 2021 and 22 financial year. The department budget to transfer this amount to the KZN Growth Fund Trust in 2020 and 2021. However, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdown has resulted in significant reduction in economic activity in the province. As a result, therefore, we have adequate requests for funding from potential beneficiaries of the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund to warrant a transfer in 2020 and 2021 financial year. Honorable members, allow me to concentrate my debate on vote 12 since I have dealt with vote 1. The Department of Transport requests that 214 million allocated to them for learner transport services pressures as a result of COVID-19 hygiene and social distancing requirements must be suspended from their budget and be allocated back to them in 2021 and 22 financial year. Members must recall that these funds were allocated in the special adjustment budget and were based on scholar transport vehicle initially, anticipated to only be permitted to operate at 70% capacity. Thereafter, this was amended to 100% capacity. As a result, these funds are not required in 2020 and 21 financial year, but are suspended to future years to assist with the normal learner transport pressures, as the fiscus has not been in the position to right-size the budget due to constant budget cuts. Another important factor to highlight in vote 12 is also that they will not be in a position to spend that 200 million that had been allocated to the Department of Social Requirements. When special adjustment budget was tabled, these funds are suspended from their budget in 2020 and 2021 and are allocated to education, culture, and HR to assist with their spending pressures. Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw inspiration from the quote by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, when he said, let me quote, open quote, "We look ahead for a better future. I have faith in the strength and resilience of ordinary South Africans who have proved time and time again throughout our history that we can rise to any challenge that is presented to our country. We shall recover, we shall overcome, and we shall prosper. May
Thank
God
you.
bless South Africa and protect her people."
The
Thank
next speaker for 2 minutes is Honorable S.E. Manqele of the ACDP.
Greetings, Speaker. May I first apologize about the last presentation, Speaker. I had a problem to solve, so I apologize. ACDP has observed that South Africa has been stuck in a low growth run for the last decade. The country's growth has lagged behind many emerging markets and most of its African peers. South Africa's deterioration economic environment, compounded by many aspects such as political instability and policy uncertainty, drought, and unstable electricity supply, as well as a weak environmental situation. The inability to address such needed structures reform has also worsened the South African relative international ranking on competitiveness and doing business. The 2020 Adjustment Appropriate Bill will need to signal the right message to the market, that the government, for instance, will stabilize the economy and make some hard fiscal and structural choices. They will assist in boosting, certainly, upping productivity and reducing inefficiency in order to create the necessary and conditioned growth. Thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA.
Diabulela Somlom Mama. Speaker, it's encouraging to hear that the common denominator in this debate today is that the times that lie ahead are not going to be easy at all. And if that's the common ground, then I believe that we can find solutions moving forward. And let me continue in that vein, Madam Speaker, that I believe one of the solutions is a total review of the legislation pertaining to the structure and functioning of certain boards. In most cases, these boards are nothing more than ceremonial structures that come at a cost to our province and to our fiscus. The Ezemvelo board is just but one that comes to my mind, at an annual cost of 2 million rand per annum in board members' remuneration with zero return from this board. Then, Madam Speaker, as I always comment, in order to build a capable and ethical state, it requires accountability and consequence, not just in extreme cases of fraud, but also in the day-to-day administration. Where officials have failed to comply with the PFMA, we have the PFMA at our disposal, and we need to remove those incompetent officials from the system. That's how you build a capable state that's built on fit for purpose. Madam Speaker, and in closing, Honourable Mthembu and I had a brief discussion yesterday where he spoke about putting together a document on oversight. And I welcome a document of that nature because I believe that very often our oversight is back to front. We look at our input costs, we never ever assess the output of the money that we've actually put into that project. It cannot be that we sit in committees and tick the box. The PFMA, we tick that box. The money was spent timelessly, we tick the box. We need to see what the outcome of that expenditure was. Diabulela Somlo.
The next speaker for 7 minutes is Honorable S.A. Duma, the chairperson of committees for the ANC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker Khubela, for affording us this opportunity. Once again, we just have to state, Honorable Speaker, that we support the adjustment bill as stated and presented. We just have to focus on some critical overlaying issues, Honorable Speaker. If we had more time and adequate time, we're going to deliberate on the issue of the research unit within legislature. We're going to deliberate on the strategy of dealing with per capita allocation on the issue of local government. Unfortunately, we'll be running against time. I want to deliberate on one honorable member so that I can safeguard and save the time of the honorable MEC Zwagale Dube. And I will be debating with an honorable member who was geographically located in the mud. So I'll be trying by all means to stay outside of the mud so that I can deliberate with that honorable member nicely. Honorable member de Klerk, Honorable Speaker, is trying to elevate some principles. And his point was more on a basic economic principles, because I wouldn't go as far it was an economy. It does not understand the connotation of proper economic principle. Amongst other things is saying that even if you can give almost the trillions or the gas loan on the ANC, because they are having less melanin, because they are brown in their color, they will not spend that money. In a nutshell, he was just suggesting that. He is taking that from his mentor, Willie Lynch, who wrote The Making of a Slave. He thinks that everything with more melanin is someone who cannot think properly. He's someone who cannot be entrusted. I wonder why he's still in South Africa, still located in our country, because he thinks capitalism is the gospel truth. Let me just deal with some of the basic elements of the ism, Honorable Speaker, because we don't have enough time. Honorable de Klerk, you must understand as a matter of principle that capitalism as the system is a very evil system, because it promotes and ensure and safeguard the rights of the few individuals in the process. It promotes and protects the monopolies as the only people who must trade, who must participate in the open market, and they are only people who will be involved in the value chain. Let us be practical. We've just appropriated 1.3 trillion national. And in the province, before the grants and otherwise, we've got 139 billion. Take a wild guess. How much money is spent on the private sector that you are lambasting us upon? The infrastructure budget, because of capitalism system, which is inherent with corruption, which we are not saying a thing about. Because, Honorable Rogers, if you can talk about the issue of Ezemvelo, who are the real beneficiaries of the games in our province? Who are the beneficiaries, who are the benefactor, the real benefactor on the gaming bet in the province? Who are the real benefactor of construction, CIDP 9 in the province? And we just wonder this selective amnesia of not recognizing that even what we appropriate at the end of the day, the overlay goes towards your people, the monopolies. Go and check at this point in time why the media is not advancing the argument on the stain-off of this world. On your repair, the Rothschild of the other de Klerks who have benefited in the system. And you are not saying a thing because you only believe on the superpower. Unfortunately, you've got an identity crisis. Not so long ago, you dealt thoroughly with China. Today, you are quoting China. We are not sure whether when we deal with you, whether we must sharpen the contradictions, elevate the systems of, in fact, you think of yourself as a paragon of moral wisdom. You want to come in this platform and think we'll listen to you. Yet, whatever you think of yourself, you even have an audacity. The speaker is here saying that you are making notes. The matter was gone at that particular time because you did not go and thoroughly evaluate on the appropriation process of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Shame on you. In fact, the person of your caliber belongs to a museum of shame because that's what you think of us as Africans. In fact, I just want to hit the nerve because you did not debate the adjustment budget. There was no finance on your debate. It was only on elevation of saying, you Africans are corrupt because you're sin, you are brown. It has nothing to do with the adjustment budget. It has nothing to do with the hearings that took place. And thoroughly, we dealt with almost all these issues. We are here on record saying that we are not granting any department not to spend the money that is given to them. We are on record saying that our government is obligated, and as legislators, it is our duty, fiduciary duties. We must make sure at all material time, after appropriation of 139 billion, spend each and every cent out of that. We are not saying anything. Instead, we are saying that even if we can be given a desert, we will even consume that sand. Unfortunately, we've already mentioned that as the feudal lord and the serf, that time has come and gone. In our context, we've been given a mandate by the people, and one day you'll cry foul when this African and an ANC-led government will be thoroughly dealing with that. As from now onwards, we are going to be so biased on the majority being Africans in particular. Because at this point in time, your orderly brothers, because you are here not even representing the IFP, you are representing your skin. You have a special mandate. You are special. You can talk even outside of the legislature.
Honorable Duma, the part that you have just raised is bordering on language that is unparliamentary. When you say that he thinks he has special skin and is special, please withdraw that part.
Unconditionally withdraw, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must also mention that we are all worried about the issue of unemployment rate, which is taking place, as Honorable Premier did indicate in the past. Stabilize. We'll go back and review our focal areas. We must have an economy that is going to produce a lot of work opportunities for our youth in particular, for our women, people living with disabilities, people suffering at also. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker, we have come to the end of the debate. We are going to call upon the Honorable MEC for Finance, Honorable Dube Ngube, to respond for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On that good note. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and thank you all the honorable members for the contributions on the debate. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, we have taken notes of all the inputs from the honorable members, but just to indicate, honorable members, that there is a lot of positive, honorable members, on this budget. In that, the province is allocated 1.8 billion by the National Treasury. And the bulk of this money goes to education for the mass employment or mass employment intervention that the President spoke about, or employment creation, providing assistance to schools. This budget also contains about 103 million that goes towards food security, that the President also spoke about. For our poor communities. The budget also contains, honorable members, usizo uhulumeni akhulume ngalo lokusiza abantu bakithi kakhulukazi basemakhaya ngokuthi basizakale njengoba sibonile ukuthi amanzi kwezinye indawo awekho, ukuthi kumbiwe kusikuphe amadamnyana amancane ukuthi kufakwe namanzi under Department of Agriculture and Land Reform ye drought ukuthi kufakwe amanzi kuze kuphuze ilwane zethu. Uhulumeni ngempela kakhongolose kule budget singakusho ukuthi ziningi izinto ezinhle esizibonayo ezikhona eziqonde ngqo ekutheni umphakathi uzosizakala kanjani ilo hlahlo mali ekukhulunywa ngalo lapha namhlanje. The budget cuts does not mean that the service delivery will suffer. The current cost of living, honorable members, esishilo futhi even in the portfolio committee, the current cost of living matter is currently in court, and I want to say to the honorable members, angifuna ukwenza iphutha ukuthi honorable Seja noma honorable honorable Seja, abasebenzi udaba labasebenzi luswenkantolo and uhulumeni imali ikhona njengamanje, the budget of 5.3 which is a cost of living is already in the budget. The only difference that we highlighted is that this time around ayifakwanga kuma budget wama provinces ezihlale kwenzeka kuyo yonke iminyaka. That is why you might think ukuthi imali eminyango yehlile ayehlanga. It's because imali ibekwe laphaya since kusanalezi ngxoxo zokuthi kwenzeka kanjani ngokuthi khuphuka kanjani imali yabasebenzi, hayi ukuthi abasebenzi ngeke baze bazithola izimali zabo because zikhona imali zabasebenzi. Lo hulumeni lo uyabanakekela abasebenzi and uyawazi umsebenzi obalekile wenziwa ngabasebenzi. Honorable Rogers, we do agree that there is a need for accountability in a manner that all of us in the levels of government operate. And indeed, the radical changes that you're talking about is what I indicated that it has already started, led by cabinet with the premier. The issues of skills audit, the issues of looking at the college, yabasebenzi with province, but also looking at the head count, Honorable Rogers. Again, we have efficiencies into our systems. I have also know that when we were talking to the honorable members of the Finance Committee, that we indicated that probably it's not enough as well for honorable members of the Finance to say, yes, the department so and so is not spending because they're having a problem. With like we've seen with the Department of Transport, ukuthi banenkinga ngokuthi SCM yakhona uAG ayirule ukuthi ayikho emthethweni, and this is beyond their control. And by the way, honorable members, the province is still within the 98.6% spend of its budget, by the way. So if you were to talk about where we are in the overall spend of this budget, we are even within the 98% spend, Honorable Rogers, of our budget. Honorable Mlotwa, yes, corruption and fraud is in the apex of this government. Lo oholwangu Kongolose ukuthi kuyalwisana nenkohlakalo ingakho even undunankulu ngokwakhe ubonile abantu abaningi abasenkantolo abasebenzi ababoshiwe abasenkantolo amacala ngenxa yenkohlakalo nabanye abantu even inkampani ezilandelwayo ngenxa yokulwa nenkohlakalo kulohulumeni. Honorable Phakathi, we welcome your support for the bill, but also the need for strong oversight around the issues of ukuthi imali zisetshenziswa kanjani. Siyabonga futhi ukuthi umphathiswa we education Honorable Mshengu, already even upresident aqeda nje ukwenza isinqumo sokuthi kuzoba khona uqasheka kwabantu abazosiza ezikolweni. Sibonile i-advert seyiphumile, we've seen already the department planning, meaning that there is already a proactive plan in place to ensure that that money is spent and is utilized in a manner that will benefit umphakathi with that massive employment intervention that is that was said by the president. Honorable Zungu, our province has done very well to manage the COVID-19. I couldn't agree with you more here, Honorable Zungu. And you are correct, Honorable Zungu, as well, in that the monies, honorable members, even the monies that you were talking about that would have been lost, either not being spent or rolled over, those monies were not lost in the fiscus because a lot of those monies, by the way, were spent in COVID-19 interventions. Should we not would have had even the monies from Department of Transport, we would have had to cut from some of the expenditures to cover the COVID-19 expenditure by this province. So the monies that you are talking about that were not spent by other departments were not lost in the fiscus, but were spent in fighting the COVID-19, but also in the interventions that you saw the province working on in the COVID-19 and fighting the COVID-19. Honorable Sonjita, you are quite correct. The country is in a difficult situation, not only the country, but also the world. I mean, to think that you have the likes of your major airlines, your Virgin Australia, who would have known that the Virgin Australia will be going under? Your BA, British Airways, who would have known the British Airways of this world would go under? Your JCPenney, the retail shop, international, global companies, Century 21, J. Crew, declared bankrupt. I mean, your petroleum companies such as Engine Shell, BP, Ultra Petroleum, and many others that are repurposing their operations. Meaning that the situation that we are facing in this country, compared to other global economies, really, we have managed it very, very well. I mean, if you were to compare ourselves with major, countries in the globe, you go and look at your international news now and see what is happening in the globe, and you compare ourselves with that, you will see. The Youth Fund, as Honorable Zungu was saying, it is going to be used because ulusha alzange lu apply lonke and leo mali is being saved. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, all of you who participated in the debate, thank you. We have now come to the end of the debate and we will proceed with the voting on the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020. In terms of Standing Rule 2252, the question must be put in the following order. The program within a vote or where a vote comprises more than one program, all programs within that vote. 2, the vote itself, and 3, the bill itself. On divisions, recording of oppositions and declarations of vote, the Office of the Speaker has not received any written notice from parties that they intend calling for divisions on certain programs and votes in terms of Standing Rule 85.2. B, wish to make a declaration of vote in terms of Standing Rule 83.2, stating the reasons for their vote or votes on the bill or any part thereof. So, as indicated, the Office of the Speaker has not received any request for a division from any party. The deadline for a request calling for a division was yesterday. Recording of opposition. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any request for a recording of opposition to a program or programs or to a vote from any party. As there is no deadline for this request, parties are still free to do so. In accordance with past practice, in all recordings of opposition will be dealt with immediately after the question has been put on the particular programs within the vote in which a party wishes to record its opposition. Declaration of vote. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any written request for a declaration of vote from any other party. There is no deadline for submission of such a request. As is customary, I will, after the bill has been voted on, permit all parties to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 83(2) if they wish to do so. They are not compelled. Voting procedure. I will now go vote by vote and program by program without reading out any figures. Once the House has voted on each program, I will put the vote as a whole to the vote. And I start now with vote number 1, Office of the Premier. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 1 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 2, Provincial Legislature. Those in support of programs 1 and 2 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 2 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 3, Agriculture and Rural Development. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 3 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. Vote 4, Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 4 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. Vote 5. The ayes have it. Vote 5, Education. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 5 as a whole say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 6, Provincial Treasury. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 6 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 7, Health. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 7 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 8, Human Settlements. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 8 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 9, community safety and liaison. Those in support of programs 1 and 2 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 9 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 10, sport and recreation. Those in support of programs 1 and 2 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 10 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 11, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 11 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 12, transport. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 12 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. Vote 13, social development. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 13 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Vote 14, public works. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 14 as a whole say aye. And those against say nah. The ayes have it. Vote 15, arts and culture. Those in support of programs 1, 2, and 3 say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. Those in support of vote 15 as a whole say aye. And those against say no. The ayes have it. There are no divisions, honorable members. Now we are going to go to voting on the bill itself. Those in support of the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2020 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Rogers. Honorable Member Mwango. Oh, that then concludes voting on the bill. Secretary, read bill into the record.
The KwaZulu-Natal Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2020.
Thank you, Secretary. Does any party request an opportunity to state reasons for their vote in terms of Rule 83(2)? Seeing that there are none, thereafter, then, honorable members, the item on the order paper concerning the KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2020 is concluded. We will move to the next item, 7.5. Honorable members, the honorable members may have been made aware that there is a motion or resolution of the House that must be taken due to the change in the rules of the Political Office Bearers Pension Fund concerning the election of trustee and alternate trustee to the Political Office Bearers Pension Fund. And honorable members would remember that we had done this earlier in the year, and the board, the fund requires us to do it once more. This should be a motion without notice moved under Standing Rule 97G with the unanimous concurrence of all members present in the House. I want to check whether there is concurrence that the Chief Whip moves that motion. Is there any party that does not concur or member? Honorable Mayor, you want to do something? Oh, okay. Honorable members, then there is concurrence. We will give over to the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is the motion of the House concerning the election of a trustee and an alternate trustee to the Political Office Bearers Pension Fund. This motion is a motion without notice, moved under Standing Rule 97G with the unanimous concurrence of all the members present in the House. The presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for approval as a resolution of the House under Standing Rule 95(2). Noting that all members of the legislature are members of the Political Office Bearers Pension Fund, in accordance with the rules of the fund, at the time earlier this year, this House passed the resolution appointing Honorable M. Ndobe as trustee and Honorable P. Govender as alternate trustee to represent the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. The rules of the fund have subsequently been amended and approved by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority on 6 September 2020. The amended rules provide that within 6 months of every general election or otherwise when necessary, the members shall elect 14 trustees, commonly referred to as members' trustees, and 14 alternate trustees from among their number. Amended Rule 12.3.1 further provides that the members of the provincial legislature shall elect a trustee and alternate trustee to represent them on the board of the fund. The election process specified in Rule 12.3.1b requires that a valid motion be passed in the House that proposes the appointment of the trustee and her or his alternate, and that the record of the election shall be kept in the minutes of the House, which will then constitute confirmation of the election results. Due to the amendment of the rules of the funds, the FSCA has advised that provincial legislatures re-elect member trustees and alternates in accordance with the revised process set out in the amended rules. The unfortunate passing away of the Honorable M. Ndobe does in any event necessitate the election of a new trustee. It is therefore required that this House elect or re-elect a member trustee and alternate trustee. This House therefore resolves that to elect Honorable R.T. Mtem as a member trustee and Honorable P. Govender as alternate trustee of the Office Bearers Pension Fund. We so move, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, can we vote for the motion? For the motion in the House, is there any opposition to the motion? Any abstention? Support to the motion? So the new trustee is the Deputy Speaker, and the alternate trustee remains Honorable P. Govender. That matter is concluded. I would request, Secretary, that we communicate urgently with the pension fund as well as with the Deputy Speaker with the new responsibilities in that regard. Thank you, honorable members. We now go to item 7.6 on festive season messages by the parties. Seku Kisimus. We will start with the ACDP. I would request the ATM to come, be standby, followed by MF. You have, honorable member, you have 3 minutes. I am sure that the table staff has sorted the time.
Greetings, Speaker, and all honorable members. As we stormed the gates of 2020, we made resolutions and planned proper for the year ahead. Little did we know that God was going to teach us that we make plans, but He decides our steps. This year, as we are all aware of the devastating effect that COVID has had on many households, some losing their loved one, their employment, and many won't receive their annual bonuses. Many homes may not have the basic necessities. Then it is our opportunity to share what we have with the less fortunate and be blessed to them. Kindness in words creates confidence. Kindness in thinking creates profoundness. Kindness in giving creates love. The book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 14, says, "Glory to God in the highest, in heaven, and on earth peace to those on whom He has favors rest." With this nice quotation, I want to encourage all South Africans to become the agents of peace during this festive season, to distance themselves from those who incite trouble and racial hatreds. They only seek to divide South Africans. We must choose to become the nation builders, diffuse volatile situation, and bring reconciliation, unity, peace, and hope. Ngifisela ke uKhisimusi omuhle nonke nazi ukuthi iACDP iyanithanda nonke futhi iACDP infisela nina nengane zenu nabathandiweyo wenu ukuthi niphumule kahle sibonane ngonyaka olandelayo sinokuphila sonke uNkulunkulu anibusise.
The next party would be the ATM. Three minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members.
The NFP, come closer.
We have reached this time of the year where we wish our colleagues well as we move to the festive season and the new year. The ATM wishes to thank each and every employee of this legislature who did their utmost best to help us as members to perform our duties without any frustration. We wish them a safe festive season with their families. Honorable members, the year 2020 has been a terrible year to all of us and the entire world equally due to a destructive pandemic coronavirus. The economies of the world have crashed and unemployment has a global cry. Our people are facing very dark Christmas. It is for this reason, Honorable Speaker, that we call upon all our people to share what they have. Let's practice our spirit of Ubuntu in these challenging times. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we want to once again pass our condolences to the families of our late colleagues during the course of this year. May the Almighty continue comforting them. We wish each and every member of this house a safe festive season and a Merry Christmas and a blessed and prosperous New Year. I thank you.
Then the MF for 3 minutes. The MF is not in the house and has not indicated. NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, legislature staff, we have reached that time of the season where we have closed 2020. May your family have a joyous holiday season and a new year blessed with hope and happiness. Our province is not one of the sullen faces. COVID-19 epidemic and sad, but our province is one of hope, vision, and even happiness. Christmas and New Year is the time to remind us that even when we do suffer and are disappointed in the KZN and live even a dismal life compared to our own immediate neighbors, compared to most of the rest of the country or world. We indeed have a joyous life and a wonderful life. God has blessed us in this province. No matter who we are called to love one another. We are our brother's keeper and we are our sister's keeper. Our political separate stories in this big and busy country are really one. Today we are remembering and missing our fellow colleagues, friends and families who can't be with us to celebrate holidays as 2020 has robbed us their lives. May their soul rest in peace and in God we trust. Colleagues, please take care of yourself and be safe. Stay at home, keep social distancing, keep on washing your hands while enjoying your festive holidays. Wishing all of you, including staff, a wonderful festive Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Enjoy. Thank you.
The EFF.
Ngibingelele Somlomo Mamlambo, ngibingelele ngoba ubungekho ngikade speaker la earlier on. Thina njenge EFF sifuna ukuthatha leli thuba sibonge ukuthi uNkulunkulu usigcine kwaze kwaba la. Kodwa kubaluleke kakhulu esingakuthakasela ukukuncoma ukuthi siuqale lo nyaka sinethemba, sinezethembiso. Kodwa ke sase sihlaselwa ukhuvethe lolu olukhungethe umhlaba wonke. Sifuna ukuthi in light of the fact that a lot of our plans and resolutions were derailed by the advent of COVID-19, we are appreciative to you, Somlomo, about the support that you've given us as members. Nobala of the legislature, you and your staff, we appreciate all the support and the care that you've given us and made our life very much bearable. It wouldn't be proper for us not to extend that appreciation because we know you yourself and your staff members have put your own lives on the line to make us, to capacitate us to be able to do what we had to do. For that, we are appreciative. Esingathanda ukugcizelela nje ukuthi as sihlukana, coronavirus is still here. We need to be careful and be carefully guided as we go about enjoying ourselves. Let us remember that there are those people who, because of the situation we found ourselves in this year, who are jobless, who have no source of income, who have got nothing to eat or to enjoy. Sharing is caring, if we may be reminded that when we're supposed to be with families, when we're supposed to have wasted money on gifts and everything, let us rather redirect those resources to those who do not have anything. Tina njenge EFF, we are looking forward into the new year. We are going to, which we started this year, confront racism wherever it rears its ugly head, and it's our commitment, and that's exactly what we are going to do in the new year. Nihambe kahle, ni enjoy kahle, niphuze kodwa niphuzele ngasemakhaya, nizithibe emsimangu, ningenzi izinto esingeke sizenze thina bobuthi bena abadala. uNkulunkulu anigcine nibuye ngonyaka ozayo niphephile. Siyabonga Somlomo.
Then the DA.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Allow me firstly to congratulate our newly elected Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mthembu, and the new Chair of Chairs, Honourable Duma. Lona kube unyaka onzima kakhulu emhlabeni wonke, kanjalo ke nalana KwaZulu-Natal ngenxa yesifo uCovid. This pandemic had a huge impact on our economy and was contributed to already increasing unemployment rate. We also saw some people taking advantage of this pandemic by stealing public funds during PPE procurement. We must strengthen our oversight, honourable members. We can all agree that 2020 is just a year on calendar, but it doesn't exist to many people in reality. We also lost many people in this country and also in KwaZulu-Natal, including two of our own colleagues in this legislature. Honourable Speaker, we must all pray for better 2021. However, honourable members, the pandemic is still with us. Let us continue safety measures like social distancing and wearing of masks. Kuyathusa esikubona manje abantu bezihambela emgwaqeni nasemphakathini without wearing mask, ikakhulukazi ezindaweni zobumnandi. Honorable Premier, people can't enjoy holidays in Hibadin Ugu district without water. People can't enjoy holidays in Umsunduzi without water and electricity. Please intervene, Honorable Speaker. Premier. We thank the entire support staff of Legislature, Honorable Speaker, for support they've given us during this difficult time. Egameni DA, sinifisela amholidi anokuthula, sibuye siqhubeke nomsebenzi wabantu ngonyaka ozayo. Niphathe kahle nonke njengami njengoba ngihlala ngiphethe kahle. Siyabonga.
The IFP.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members, on behalf of the leader of the official opposition and president of the IFP, Honorable VF Tlhabisa, the IFP expresses condolences to all the people of KwaZulu-Natal who have lost their loved ones during the course of the year 2020, especially through COVID-19 pandemic and other reasons. At these trying times, we wish to embrace the family of the late Honorable Ricardo Mthembu, our honorable colleague who succumbed to the pandemic early this year. In the same vein, the IFP wishes to embrace the family of our late Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mluleki Ndobe, who recently also untimely departed. We also embrace His Majesty the King and all Ndlunkulu KwaZulu, who recently had to face the loss of His Majesty's first son, Prince Letukuthula, and all our KwaZulu-Natal bereaved families. This has been the most difficult year in the history of the province. As our province approaches the festive season, the IFP's message to the people of the province is that let us enjoy the festive season with protection and safety from the dangers of the road carnages and the dangers of COVID-19. Let us enjoy with safety and have the future in mind. Honorable Premier and your executive, the MECs, accept the good wishes of the festive season from the IFP family. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker are brand new from the box, the Secretary of the Legislature, and all the Legislature administration. We also wish you happiness and God's love as you partake on the activities of the season. Honorable party leaders and all the honorable members of the KZN Legislature, we in the IFP appreciate your dedication and hard work as you serve the people of KwaZulu-Natal. This is your time to pay homage to your families and the communities you represent, remembering that Christmas is the time of giving and sharing. The IFP values its association with yourselves in this house and the bond of patriotism forged through the common purpose of doing good for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyakhuleka kungangezwe lakhe ubhejana odlabakayise uqasa likahasi inkomo esengwaliviyo suke eduze komuntu wami uyakhulelwa hlala uphumule nendlunkulu wena wesilo kundunankulu kaZulu umntwana wakaphinda ngene imbabazane emahaqe haqe amadoda emasendeni umabhanga walingana nabafokazana kanye nomndeni wonke okuhle kodwa ndaba ezitha amakhosi asendlunkulu nesizwe sonke sikaZulu okuhle okumhlophe inkatha enithanda nonke Zulu omuhle siyathokoza.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the House. The year 2020 will go down into the annals of history as a catastrophic year which unleashed unprecedented harshness to the global humanity. But when tales are told, history will affirm the resilience brought by unity and solidarity of all the people. It is common cause that coronavirus disrupted lives and destroyed the global and domestic economy. Many people lost their life. We commend all those who stood firm in support and defended the lives of the people. We wish to salute all the people
of KwaZulu-Natal, His Majesty the King, our traditional leaders, religious leaders, business sector, and all who contributed in protecting the lives of our people. We doff off our hat for the sacrifice and dedication of our frontline workers, especially the healthcare workers. We salute our educators who, against all odds, worked hard to protect the 2020 academic year. We pay homage and remember all members of this House who departed during the course of this year. As this House adjourned for the festive season, we wish all people of KwaZulu-Natal joy and peaceful festive season. We wish members of the Legislature, the staff of the Legislature, and all our public servants the best, and please spend quality time with your families and loved ones. We call on all the people to guard against road carnages. Let us all enjoy but be responsible. The ANC wish you peace, joy, and wonderful festive season as we move over to 2021. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable party leaders, to all party leaders and the stand-in for the leader of the official opposition. We thank you, all of you, but also, honorable members, it is our opportunity to also thank and appreciate you for the year that we've had. It was not an easy year, but you never threw your hands up in the air. You brought yourselves to the responsibility that the people in your parties saw in you when they elected you to represent them in this institution. As the office of the Speaker, we acknowledge that without your wisdom and leadership from the 26th of March, we might have had a turmoil as the legislature, but because of the party leaders that we have, we're able to stand. We thank you, party leaders, and your members in the House. We also appreciate the team led by Ms. Naidu, the entire contingent of Team KwaZulu-Natal Legislature who worked behind the scenes whilst we were sitting at home worrying, who were not only worrying, but were ensuring that the constitutional mandate of the legislature is going to be carried ahead. You are the unsung heroes, the shoulders that as the public representatives are standing tall on. We are all appreciated for what you have done and the innovations that you have brought forward. We might be recognized as one of the legislatures that were able to move swiftly in aligning itself to the new normal. We know deep down that without the Team KwaZulu-Natal legislature at the administration, we wouldn't be where we are. We appreciate you. As we wish you well, we also want you to take stock of all the good things that happened to you. Let us at no moment take the bad things to be more than the good things that happened to us. Of course, we've lost 2 honorable members. They will forever remain with us. Some of our honorable members and staff have been infected by COVID-19 and you beat it. You are back with us. We also hope that the 2 members that are currently fighting that are also going to come back and be with us. We wish you great festive season, spend wisely, remain vigilant, don't be a carrier of the virus, spend your time with your family, have the best holidays. But I think I must also say a special message to one of the longest serving members of the staff who sometimes would come in as a sergeant in arms, but was also at securities and facilities, Mr. Rod Ali, who is retiring. He is no longer going to be with us as a full-time employee, except for the moving over and handing over to the person when that comes. Mr. Ali, you are part of this family. You are part of us. Wherever you go, even in your retirement, know that you are an ambassador of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Continue to represent us. Your footmarks will forever be imprinted in the good work that you did for the institution. Thank you, sir, for serving us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thought I am trying to look for him when he's saying thank you. I thought I'll see him. Oh, good visual. Thank you so much.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, siyabonga kakhulu. It has not been a good year for Mr. Ali. Honorable members, these announcements I'm going to make. When we adjourn, the honorable members that belong to the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Portfolio Committee on COGTA are requested to remain. And those that are on platforms will have to be linked. Number 2, honorable members, you are reminded of the World AIDS Day on the 1st of December in KwaMhlabuyalingana. You are also reminded of the fact that whilst this is our last sitting, there will still be legislature programs that you are still required to attend. Do attend to them. You are also invited for lunch, which is served at the terrace hall where you have your tea. Honorable members, the House is adjourned sine die.
Madam Speaker.